Another softball doubleheader coming your way here this afternoon on Johnson County Sports Live, home of your Cavaliers athletics. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drennan, and another good doubleheader on tap here today as we host the Panthers of Neosho County. And Denny, this is another matchup, two teams in the top 25 in Division II, and it's got a lot of implications right on how the final standings could shape out. We got one more week left, the rest of this week, and then all of next week left. Regionals coming up in 2 weeks, so we are closing in on deciding who's going to win this regular season title. And we come into today, it's a two-way tie in first place, two-way tie for second place. Neosho currently in that tie for first with Cowley, and Johnson County in that tie for second with KCK. So there's these next two games coming up here, these next 3 hours or so of game time. There's a lot on the line for these Cavaliers and for the Panthers as well. It should be a great doubleheader.
Yeah, no question about it. You know, we really need to have these Cavaliers sweep this today to put them in a good position to win that title.
And they have won it back-to-back years. They opened up in the preseason polls, did Johnson County, as the favorites to win it this year. And Neosho was favored to finish in the top three, coming off one of their best seasons in program history under now 14th-year head coach, Coach Alexander. We'll talk more about her accolades a little bit later on. But the Panthers come in today on a two-game winning streak. They won 11 of their first 12 conference games to start the season. They lost the second game of a doubleheader against the Red Devils of Allen County. They bounced back with a sweep in their last doubleheader against the Blue Devils of Kansas City, Kansas. Meanwhile, for Johnson County, I think it's safe to say they took some frustrations out on Highland a week ago here at home against Coffeyville. That was a doubleheader the Cavaliers needed to win. They mustered out a win in game one. They dropped game two, though, in extra innings, 2-1, only putting up 4 runs combined in that doubleheader against the Red Ravens. The tip of the cap to Coffeyville, they had some good plays, good defense, good pitching, and timely hitting. The Cavaliers did not at times, but they took some frustrations out, over 30-plus hits, and almost half of those were extra base hits against the Scotties. Get more on that as the broadcast goes along, but it'll be interesting to see how Johnson County takes that momentum with the hot bats against the Scotties, getting 2 wins and 2 spreads against Highland, how they bring that into today, try to get that sweep against Neosho. You'd love a sweep. You would settle for a split. One thing you can't do is get swept. That's the absolute last thing. You have that happen, you can pretty much wrap up any hopes of a regular season title for Johnson County. Meanwhile, for Neosho, can put themselves really nicely in the catbird seat, but we'll see what happens. We will be back. First pitch coming up next on Johnson County Sports Live.
Hey, you ready to go to my mom's?
Well, I can't go today. I have to mow. It's probably going to take all day.
Well, that's too bad. Don't work too hard.
Dixie Chopper. Speed when you need it.
See the full lineup at hersinc.net. Call 913-247-3530 or just stop on by.
For more than 20 years, Gherkin Rental has been the place to go to get the job done in eastern Kansas and western Missouri. With a huge selection of quality equipment, from roll-offs to trailers, telehandlers to generators, power washers to popcorn makers. Experienced equipment professionals and clean, well-maintained tools to help you get the job done right the first time. Gherkin Rental. Stop by any of their 13 locations across the KC Metro or call 855-GHERKINS. That's 855-437-5367.
Our whole vision of becoming the 4-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
Here, ready for the start of game one between Johnson County and Neosho. Here it's settling in what should be a pretty nice overcast afternoon in Overland Park. Temperature is going to get close to the 80s, going to stay just a little under, I believe. Wind not too terrible. There really is, maybe it's just a slight breeze outside. We've seen a lot worse for sure, but any slight breeze that there is, it's going to be blowing out to the power alley in left center field. So hitters going to be loving to hear that after the past couple of doubleheaders here. They haven't been dealing with some wind that's been blowing straight in from center field. That's been making things a nightmare for some hitters at times, and chaos for the outfielders as well. But here we go. It'll be West, Bancroft, and Gaddis, the first three due up here for Neosho, followed by Naft in the cleanup spot. If any of them gets aboard, Elsa Carrillo is going to get the start today for Johnson County. Usually see her coming on in a bit of a relief role. Usually it's been Brielle D gets the start in game 1, Jalen Labors in game 2, and Carrillo there on standby for relief. But it looks like it'll be D this time around that'll come out of the dugout if needed. Ninth appearance, for Carrillo's 8th appearance and 4th start in conference play. She starts with the first pitch strike here to Emma West, one of the 10 returning players from Neosho last year, coming off almost a program high 39 win season, the best under head coach Alexander.
Yeah, we talked about how important it is to get those first pitch strikes in there. And Carrillo keeps pounding the zone. That'll help her cause today. Beautiful day, like you said, partner. 73 at first pitch, 4-mile-an-hour breeze. Shouldn't affect anything today.
Inside the zone there, that gets the called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to West. Carrillo 25 and 2/3 innings, 18 hits, 7 runs, all of them earned, 5 walks, 23 strikeouts. She brings an ERA of 1.91 into today as she fires the 1-2 pitch and just out of the zone. Murray trying to frame it, 2-2, even count. Averages about 6.5 strikeouts for 7 innings, has given up 2 home runs, and has a whip of .90. West initially thought about wanting to go for that one, had the stride, but held off it. That pitch was coming in, so now a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Want to keep that leadoff hitter off base. They come around to score too often.
Here's the payoff from Carrillo. Foul back into the net. One thing that we have seen, which we've talked about if you are a regular listener of Johnson County Sports Live, only 3 pitchers been used in this Johnson County order, or the pitching lineup, at least this year. And what you find for Johnson County when they start to get in the most trouble is when you start to pile up these 3-2 counts, these full counts, foul tipping away, and another one going to be fouled away here by West. That's going to get on top of the visiting dugout. Drive that pitch count up. We've seen the opposition do it very well, of just keep fighting away, finally get that cookie they're looking for, able to deliver it. It's what we saw Coffeyville do many times in that doubleheader just a week ago as they earned a split.
Yeah, Coffeyville was very patient at the plate and didn't swing at too many bad pitches.
Already that pitch count for Carrillo. This is going to be number 9 coming up here to the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, you don't like to see that when you got a thin pitching staff.
Carson, head coach Aubrey Bratton-Volkin, as long as things are going along, she's not afraid to leave her starters out there, go 120, 130, have perhaps more pitches in a start. Carrillo dealing here is pitch number 9. And she gets all of the walk, so a nice at-bat here for Emma West. And she gets aboard safely up to first base. Carrillo lets her get away. As for the field for Johnson County, pretty much the same usual suspects out there in the outfield, left to right, Haley Bryant, Janelle Lang, and Katie Kalarick. In the infield, left to right, Neitzel at third, Carter at short, Jefferson at second, Burgard at the bag at first, and Maddie Murray is the catcher behind home plate. Now Bancroft will step in after that leadoff walk that saw 9 pitches spent from Elsa Carrillo, but she starts with a swing and miss strike here. Bancroft also one of those 10 returning then freshmen, now sophomores for this Panther squad. Murray takes that ball in and took a jab step over to first. West got a pretty good lead off from the bag, but not getting too far away.
Maddie's not afraid to throw down there.
You beat me right to it. She's not afraid to throw it down to the bag or throw it to second. 1-1 from Carrillo. Just foul tipped. Knew we got a piece of something, wasn't exactly sure what, but
yeah,
gets a piece of the bat.
Bancroft with an excuse me swing there. Fouled the ball off of her hands.
Even 400 average this year for Brindley Bancroft. Into today. 2 balls, 2 strikes now.
Breaking pitch just missed a little bit outside. Definitely off speed.
Two is fouled into the net. already. Pitch number 15 going to be on the way, and just 2 batters into this order already for Elsa Carrillo.
And Neosho is just spoiling good pitches right now.
They are. And Carrillo is traditionally a pitcher, like we mentioned. She mostly comes on relief, hence why the starting numbers are so short for her. But when she comes on out of the dugout, Denny, she's pretty efficient and coming out, getting short counts or getting the ball in play, letting the defense play behind her. Not too often you see her spin 15 pitches between 2 batters.
Nope.
Another 2-2 on the foul tip, just off the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes, another payoff pitch looming. You see Murray turning back to the home plate umpire asking, was that off the plate? Where was that exactly? Trying to get a location, trying to set up Carrillo a little bit better. West on to first on the leadoff walk. Here's a 3-2 count to the plate to Bancroft, and the payoff from Carrillo. Fouls away up the line, and that gets into the visiting batter's cage. This is going to be the big key today for Neosho, with the expectation as Jalen Laver is going to get to start again in Game 2 for Johnson County. This is exactly what the Panthers are going to want to do today, make these Johnson County pitchers work. And they do just that. Right out of the gates, they draw 2 walks on 17 pitches from Elsa Carrillo. Both times the count went full. And there are 2 aboard, nobody gone for Neosho.
Good time for a double play.
Now we will have time called for by the white umpire. He took a couple steps over to that Johnson County dugout and checking on something. It seems good-spirited conversation, at least. Nothing along the lines of any jaw talking from that dugout or anything said that shouldn't have been said. Now we resume action. Gaddis will step in. Righty versus lefty matchup here. Little small ball, and it goes foul on the bunt tipped.
Yeah, you got to figure Neosho's playing small ball here. They want to bunt those both runners into scoring position and stay out of the double play.
Gaddis slugging at the plate this year, .460 average, on base plus slugging at 1.036. That's on base percentage plus the slugging percentage. Anything above 1 is very, very good. Scored 29 total runs on 40 hits, 6 doubles, a triple. No home runs, 24 RBIs. Puts her in the top 5 in the team category as far as runs batted in. Behind in the count 0-2. Carrillo looking for that first punch out. Not going to get it on that pitch. She can use one here desperately, though. Getting out at the plate, hold those runners where they're at. Carrillo getting the pitch she wants from the pitch comm device. Now the 1-2.
Oh.
Stares again to Gaddis. It looked like it might have grazed just across the letters on the jersey. And it goes 2 balls, 2 strikes, says the home plate umpire.
Tight strike zone so far.
A little bit. As Carrillo has now broken over 20 pitches. That was number 21. 22 on the way on a 2-2 count. Here it is. Slapped over on the left side. Carter's going to take it deep in the hole. Pumps once, pumps twice, holds on to it. Everybody's going to be safe. Picture perfect top of the first inning here so far for Neosho. And I would imagine, Denny, no throwing error or anything, no fielding error. It's just an infield hit. That's it.
He just hit it in a bad spot for the Cavaliers.
Now, you say it many times, being the former middle infielder yourself. It is never easy trying to field one that deep in the hole. But when you have a runner running from second to third that runs in front of you, you can kind of lose sight of that softball or baseball. Even if it's for a split second, it can throw off the timing a little bit.
Especially if it's hard hit, because that ball gets on you in a hurry. All right, now the Cavaliers got to force anywhere. See if they'll come home on a ground ball. I think they would.
Moves to Naft, third in the team at RBIs at 38, .444 average. Breaking pitch from Carrillo at the knees for strike 1. And bases loaded, nobody out. This is the cleanup hitter.
Well, where's the runner at third?
That's right. Where is the runner at third?
It should be bases loaded. I don't get it.
So unless if they're going to say that the runner from second left early, which don't see called all too often, but we had before, so
I guess. It's the only thing I can figure. They're showing one out, so we must have missed that.
So Bancroft at second, Gaddis first, and here's a diving grab. Oh, but it comes out of the glove, but actually pretty nicely done there. It works in the case for Johnson County. Izzy Carter was diving out for it and came out of her glove at the last second, got enough time to collect and throw over to third. So Bancroft is out. And I believe, because I'm looking on the base pass, and Gaddis wasn't over at first, did he? So I think they're going to say something with Gaddis of...
Left early?
I don't know.
Had to be.
So Naft over to first now. Bancroft still over at second base. Ainsley Morris will now step in, and this one goes off the knee guard of Murray, and everyone's going to move up an extra base. And with 2 gone in the inning, if Carrillo can settle in here and handle Morris at the plate and get the out, she can tightrope herself out of this, what looked like was going to be a disastrous top of the first.
Yeah, it'd be huge to get out of this with nothing scored.
1-1, fouled by Morris. One of the premier freshmen last year in the KJCCC. Honestly, if it wasn't for the season that Aspen Burgard had, that's all her win, not only freshman of the year, but NJCAA Division II softball MVP of the year and freshman of the year honors as well. Ainsley Morris probably would have won that conference freshman of the year's honors, leading the Panthers in and RBIs, batting average, slugging, home runs, doubles. She's right on par with those same categories this year, leading RBI getter at 46 on the 367 batting average.
Yeah, you don't want to give her a cookie with those 2 runners in scoring position. That was good. She was in her kitchen there. Fouled it off her hands.
Looking in just her conference numbers, 425 average, so 17 hits, 3 doubles, 7 home runs, and 23 RBIs, just 1 RBI behind Camry Naft, who currently is over on second base. 2-2, right to Carter, takes it in the glove, over to first in time, and it took quite a few pitches, nearly 30 from Elsa Carrillo, but was able to get out of the inning, leave a couple of Panthers stranded aboard. No one comes in to score as we head to the Cavalier half of the first, still 0-0. And it is amazing that we make our way here to the bottom of the first inning, and the fact that it's still a 0-0 ball game, Denny, which initially looked like after back-to-back walks, yeah, it looked like it was an infield single to load the bases with nobody out, but Gaddis was called out for some reason.
It looked like maybe she left early. That's the only thing I can think of, partner.
So left it still runners at first and second, and then
you had a fielder's choice.
Fielder's choice for the second out, and then a ground out to short by Ainsley Morris for the third out.
Well, yeah, see if the Lady Cavs can bring that offense today.
Esco, the starting pitcher, faces Carter, Jefferson, and Neitzel here in the Cavalier half of the first inning. Starts with a first pitch ball. Mackenzie Esco, a 4.12 ERA overall on the season. She's got a win-loss record of 0-2. This is her 11th appearance this season. First start under her belt, at least according to the stat website on the Neosho County softball page. Total of 18 2/3 innings, 22 hits, 15 runs, 11 earned runs, 17 strikeouts, 14 walks. Has given up 2 long balls this year. But there by Carter, nearly took her out of her cleats. Falls behind the count 1-2. So Esco brought on more, kind of like Carrillo is for Johnson County in the middle of a game to help come on in relief, close out a game potentially. It's usually Eleanor Reek and Camry Naft, the 2 starting pitchers that you see out there the most for Neosho, but I imagine we'll wait and see one of those 2 definitely for the start in game 2, and if this Johnson County offense can find that spark that they had with Highland, could maybe see them a little bit later on in this game. Here's a 2-2 to Carter.
There it is.
That's going to be a leadoff single, 1 hop out into left, right in front of it, into the glove of Gaddis. In left field today for Neosho, Izzy Carter doing what you want the leadoff batter to do, getting on board, setting the table for that middle part of the order.
Jefferson taking a long look down the coast to see if there's something on here.
No secret, Izzy Carter, one of the fastest runners on this team as far as stolen bases go. She's got 3. Jaylee Jefferson leads the way with 6 as she tries to bunt for a single, but it goes foul. That last game against Coffeyville.
Yeah, she bunted twice for hits.
3 times for
Three
three
times.
times
Yeah,
she ended up bunting for a single.
Yeah.
And it was in that game 2 where Johnson County ended up dropping it 2-1. Neither team didn't score in regular innings. We had to go to an 8th inning. Coffeyville played it 2. Johnson County played it 1. It came up just an out short. Jaylee's going to try to do it again. And went up after 1 high, and it's going to pop up in the infield. 2 players coming in on it. It'll be Naft, the first baseman, that comes and takes it from West, the third baseman.
Yeah,
and that pitch was just a little bit too elevated, trying to put a bunt down.
Yeah, you got to get on top of the ball, and there's just no way she was going to get on top of that.
So pretty good indication she had her mind well made up
Oh,
that she
yeah.
was going to try to put that bunt down. And I guess for Esco, if she meant to do that, pitch one up a little bit high, knowing that Jefferson, maybe a little bit aggressive, was going to try to chase after it. That's some pretty good homework done there.
Mm-hmm.
So now the order will move to Neitzel. Numbers on the year, 413 average, 19 hits, 6 doubles, a triple, 5 home runs, and 15 RBIs. All that happening so far here in conference. Tried to check her swing, but too little, too late. Now an 0-2 count to Neitzel, the third baseman.
Yeah, she didn't mean to do it.
Aspen Burgart on deck for the Cavaliers. Izzy Carter over at first off that leadoff single.
Surprised we're not seeing more running from the Lady Cavs.
West will take it, not going to go for the double play. Takes the sure out at first. Fielder's choice, or out at first at least. Carter moves up to second. She's in safely. 2 gone. It's going to take a hit from Aspen Burgart here. And today we are going to be on some history watch as she currently comes into this doubleheader, Denny, tied for the all-time record for most RBIs in a career at Johnson County Community College, tied at 123 RBIs. That's where she sits right now. So
let's get 124 right here.
If she gets this hit and this RBI, she will break the tie with Kelly Gardner as she swings at the first pitch. That's going to get up and out of play. Kelly Gardner set the record that has stood for nearly about 23 years. Set back in 2001 and 2002 season.
Impressive.
One ball, one strike now.
Just a matter of time before this young lady takes over that record.
Yeah, Vegas had odds for Aspen getting at least one more RBI with all the games left. As this one is out into right and right at him. And right field is Bloodgood. So an RBI 124 will have to wait a little bit longer. After 1 inning in the books here in game 1, still 0-0 against Johnson County and Neosho. to the second inning. 0-0 still here. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drennan. Elsa Carrillo back out. Another inning of work for her. She came just shy of 30 pitches in the top of the first. 29. Here's pitch number 30 to start the second, and it's off the plate for ball one. Paige Hutzel leads it off, followed by Dewey and Huck. That's 6, 7, 8. Due up here right now. Addison Bloodgood, the right fielder, batting cleanup in the ninth spot here in terms of the ninth inning. Carrillo back in the zone there. 1 ball, 1 strike. And for Neosho, you have to feel nothing but really disappointed after potentially having the bases loaded, nobody out in the top of the first, and having Gaddis be called out, and another out on a fielder's choice, and then arguably your best hitter, your most dangerous hitter, clutch hitter, if you will, with Ainsley Morris grounding out to short for the third and final out. So you walk away from that first inning with no runs coming across. Johnson County had a man aboard with Izzy Carter on a leadoff single. She didn't come around to score either. The bottom half of the first.
Yeah, the Panthers batted 5 hitters in that top frame.
Which felt like a longer inning, and I'm sure to Elsa Carrillo it did. She started off with back-to-back walks, and both of those at-bats averaged close to 8 or 9 pitches.
Oh, man.
Another close one here, 3-2.
Another 3-2 count by Carrillo. Pitch count's going to be climbing.
394 average for Hutzel. Here's the 3-2. Fouls it away. 41 total hits this year for Hutzel. 6 doubles, 2 triples, 8 home runs. 37 RBIs. Slugging at 721. Protecting here on a full count, 3-2. This is already half the batter's face so far for Carrillo she's had in 3-2 counts. Another one fouled away. Sure, the arm's starting to feel maybe a little bit more weary here for Carrillo, and she goes low and out of the zone again, so that's already her 3rd walk of the game. And the leadoff man is aboard once again for Neosho, this time in the form of Paige Hutzel. This could be something to keep an eye on here, Denny.
Yeah, no question. Let's see if they put something on here to try and stay out of the double play. Yep.
Dewey puts down the bunt, but goes foul. Audrey Dewey, her average of the year had 244. 22 hits, 5 doubles, also has 7 home runs. Panthers are no shortage of home run power on this team. Ainsley Morris leads the way with 15. Brenly Bancroft behind her at 13. Everyone else, pretty good handful, 5, 6, 7 or so. And would this be one of the few games, I feel like, especially in conference doubleheaders that have been played here in Overland Park, where there hasn't been a stifling wind blowing in to keep the ball in the yard.
Wow, man, he's got a tight strike zone.
Count now goes to 2-1 to Dewey. You can tell on each and every time where Carrillo throws a pitch as this bunt is put up. Murray close to it, trying to dive out for it. Can't bring in. It would have been a spectacular play. He was trying to throw the mask off and everything, but can't quite bring it in. So we'll keep it here. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Great effort there by Murray, though.
No doubt about it. You can tell Carrillo, she definitely has been firing pitches in that have been right on the line of the zone. Close have been not getting the call, and her facial expressions have been, you can tell she's feeling like she's being squeezed.
Yeah, no question.
That one definitely low and away. And stop me if you heard this once, another 3-2 count to a Neosho hitter.
Seems like every hitter's gone 3-2.
This is now the 4th batter that she's had in a 3-2 count of the 7 she has faced. So that goes fouling out of play.
And Neosho been really successful of fouling off good pitches once they get to 3-2.
Carrillo already, that was her 43rd pitch of the game.
That's crazy. Not even through the second inning.
Just 13 pitches in that first inning for Esco. Another 3-2, and another one fouled away. Nothing is going to come easy
Doesn't look
for
like
this
it.
Johnson County pitching staff today, at least if the first inning so far in the book is going to tell us anything. Pitch number 45 for Elsa. Here comes another 3-2. Looking for her first strikeout. Not going to get it
Man.
there.
Where was that?
These pitches for Carrillo, that's now a handful of times that she's gotten one that's been,
You can even see Maddie shaking her head.
I mean, I can count at least the third time that a pitch like that has come right around leather high. Usually the top of the strike zone traditionally. Another bunch showed there, going around, called strike.
Yeah, you figure they're going to try and move those runners, stay out of the double play. You're the Cavs, you just need to get a sure out here.
Takes the bunt out of order, now 0-2. And I'm just looking as more than likely Carrillo is going to go over 50 pitches just now in the second inning. And obviously that average of pace just right now currently with 1 inning, just 3 outs recorded, that is not a highly favorable pace. As Carter
her
will
on
take
the
the out
force.
over to third. She did.
Nicely done by Carter there.
Nicely job handling it as Hutzel ran in front of her. You saw Carter stop for a moment, thought she had time to throw over to third. Indeed, she did. So she takes the out there, and that'll now allow her to move up to first on the fielder's choice for Huck.
Now double play look good.
Heitzel scoops it off the line, throws the first in
Oh,
time,
collision.
and
Aspen's
Burgard is down. Burgard is hurt. That ball is still loose. A run comes in for Neosho, and Burgard is holding that left elbow. Her arm got bent around. She is
not good.
In over and not good to see, and especially from your star first baseman, your first team All-American a year ago, league MVP as a freshman. Trainers are out to attend to her. This is not a good sign right now for Johnson County. I believe one run did come in to score for Neosho, if I did see it correctly. So it should be I believe we should have a 1-0 ball game right now. Burgard is up. She is walking on her own, which is good, trying to shake some feeling back into that left hand, left arm. It's her catching hand.
That had to hurt.
So she's going to come into the dugout, and it looks like her day is going to be over for the time being. So it looks like for the Cavaliers, coming aboard, it'll be Jayla Green, number 20. That'll take over at first base.
Yeah, that could have been close to being called interference, but the runner was definitely in the base pass, so I'm not sure.
So how do you I defer this to you. How do you score that in your book?
Well, that's a good question. It could be an error, or it could be, that's an act of God, I guess. The collision at first base there.
Because I feel like you can't really give – Neitzel definitely doesn't have an error. Burgard, that was a traditional play. You can't give her an error, I don't feel.
But the problem with that play was the throw to first base was she was looking at the runner, and Aspen had to try and field the ball right before the runner got to her arm, and they collided.
So it looks like, are they going to call as being interference?
Nope, no interference.
Well, say 7 is still up, and that is blood good. So we need to back some things up here.
So there's there's no score.
Yeah, there is no score right now. You're right. Huh.
I don't know what they called there.
I mean, one thing we can't confirm, there's no score. It's an 0-1 count currently. This is still blood good, and she's going to rope this into right. Kolaric is there, and she slipped for a moment.
What turf?
Turf is probably a little bit slick. We did get some pretty heavy rainfall around Kansas City area here in Overland Park last night. Lost her footing for a moment. Dewey thought she was going to tag and move up to third, but she's still at second. Hawk's still over at first, and now we go back to the top of the order with West. There have been some very quirky circumstances so far early in this game, particularly going against these Neosho Panthers. And obviously the big news for Johnson County is Aspen Burgart in her condition is hopefully, possibly, will she be able to return later on at least in game 2. I would have to imagine she's getting examined and looked at in the dugout right now. She could maybe come back into this game later today.
It looked to me like she probably hyperextended her elbow.
That's definitely, she went down, and Aspen is as tough as they come, and don't see her really display a lot of emotion on her face, physically, good, bad, or indifferent. She's just kind of she goes out there and she plays and does what she does. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to West. But one thing for sure, she went down in a heap and she was in pain, and she got up and she looked furious that she had to come out of the game. Again, Jayla Green fills in for her over at first base. 2-2, and West will pop it up into left. Close it in is Bryant, and Janelle Lang was also in the area. So initially a run came in to score, but taken off the board for Neosho. And after an inning and a half, it's still goose eggs as we head to the bottom of the second. On here, bottom of the second, here on Johnson County Sports Live. It'll be Maddie Murray, Haley Bryant, Lily Hands. First 3 due here for the Cavaliers. Second inning of work for Esco for Neosho. First pitch for a ball. Maddie Murray had nothing short but a day 2 days ago against Highland. Total in both doubleheaders, 6 of 7. It's an average of 857 for those that might be curious, with a double, 3 home runs, 4 runs scored, and 10 total RBIs. She was massive in that drumming that Johnson County was able to put up against the Scotties of Highland Community College. 31 total hits in the doubleheader, including 16 extra base hits with those 3 home runs recorded for Maddie Murray. The other one misses high upstairs, 3 balls, no strikes. We talked about for Murray, she was hot with the bat, and then coming into conference play was in a little bit of a mini slump, was starting to find her stride, and then she finally broke out against Highland, looking to carry that momentum with her here into today, and she starts with a 4-pitch walk. And she's aboard to start this Cavalier half of the second. Bryant will step in. This is Dewey, the catcher, talking it over with her pitcher Esco of how they want to proceed here. Bryant getting more and more ingrained back into the everyday lineup. Starting to see her back into the outfield. She's in left today. Janelle Lang is pretty much taking over that center field position. So left field now belongs to the rotation of Haley Bryan. You'll see Mackenzie Yoder out there time to time. Haley into today, .419 average in conference play thus far. Another pitch just misses. 2 balls, no strikes. And this one gets away from the catcher. And what happened there?
Interference by the batter.
So they're going to say that it hit Bryant, and they're going to call Bryant for interference. Is that correct?
That's what they're arguing about right now, but that's what it is.
You see the Johnson County fans voicing their displeasure. We do have a pretty full section of the baseball team that's here today as well, cheering on their.
I think the reason they called that is she was outside the box. I don't know. Kind of crazy.
So there's the first out. It ends with a pretty stern head shake going back to her coaching box in the third base line for head coach Aubrey Bratton Volkins, not liking what she was told. Even the first base assistant coach Katie Williams doesn't like what she was seeing there. Murray's still over at first. Now to Lily Hands back in her designated player spot. Man, I'll tell you, Denny.
You just see something new all the time, don't you?
That's it. It has been it with the.
Because it almost looked like it came out of the catcher's hand before she threw it.
I thought, obviously trying to throw down to first base, I thought that she just kind of swiped it into the turf and lost her grip. And
you said that Maddie was in the way, so I don't know.
See, now the baseball boys
Brian.
starting to get a little loud and rowdy here.
Gotta love it. Baseball team coming out to support the Lady Cavs.
Love seeing it. That's a ball 10 chant. Ball 11 will be coming up here. And that'll cause for a quick meeting here. This game has been anything but ordinary to start.
No question.
You had an instance for Neosho in the top of the first. The batter called out for some type of interference or leaving out of the box early. You had in the second with the bang-bang play that at first I saw Aspen Burgart leave the game with just going to call an injured left arm for right now until we know more. I guess interference was going to be the call on that, but they also brought the batter back in to bat, so I'm not sure what exactly it was.
We don't know. It's a mystery wrapped in a conundrum.
And now you have the batter's interference on Haley Bryant here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah.
And we still have a whole nother game to play after this one concludes.
Yeah.
And we're just getting started in this one.
Get all the quirky stuff done here.
This has been bonkers, to say the least.
See Katie go yard here.
There's a meeting with, so you can hear the baseball team. That's ball 11 that they are chanting.
Oh, God.
So you hear me talk about all the time, and this originated with the fans at Texas A&M. This is a little bit of what the fans in Aggieville do to get into the minds of the pitchers, and you got the Cavalier dugout getting in on the antics as well. Another ball.
Ball 13. And, of course, the Cavalier dugout leading them on.
You could hear the Esco says, I've had enough of those. You boys be quiet. I love seeing that, though.
Oh, I do
that
too.
is great to see. The baseball team, they had their game moved up from today to yesterday. So they had the doubleheader sweep against Coffeyville. Still undefeated in the month of April, by the way. It's Coach Horner's squad. 5th straight year the Cavaliers have topped 40 or more wins in a year. So congratulations to them. Goes to potentially on a regional championship and open to make another trip to the national championship tournament. Out into center, drifting to right and bringing it in is Hunk on the run. And there's out number 2. 2 still aboard here for the Cavaliers. That ball was slicing from center into right center, and Huck was able to run with it all the way, tracking it down.
Wind really not a factor today.
And there is a slight steady breeze, but nothing really to the power of any ball that's hit into the air. It's going to make it move around that much.
Last I checked, I think it was 4 miles an hour.
Where we've had instances where a ball, with the winds we had last week, if that's hit straight away into center, that could be more caught almost on the, I mean, that'd be coming close back into the infield almost, into shallow center, and maybe on the line between the brown turf and the green turf, because I can't say grass and dirt on this turf field, but still what it represents. But nonetheless, swing and miss here from Janelle Lang, now 1-2. Esco a strike and an out away from putting up back-to-back scoreless frames. Feels like we've had a full game of action already, and we're just about 2 innings in, and we are officially 2 innings into the books. Big fist pump there from Mackenzie Esco. She gets a swing and miss strikeout from Janelle Lang. On to the third we go. It has been quite a game here on Johnson County Sports Live. On to the third. You can still hear some conversation up here in the press box, trying to figure out some of these calls, some of these things that have been going the way in this game. In fact, you still see Coach Aubrey Bratton-Volkin. She's right there walking to the right side of the home plate umpire. He continues to talk with her. It's been, you know.
It's not just us that's confused.
It's not just us. And we've had Coach Kim Alexander for Neosho. She's been talking with the umpire. Volkins has been talking as well, and it just has been weird.
This is Bancroft. She walked and advanced on a wild pitch, but was stranded at second base.
And another thing, and this is going to be something that as this game goes along, it hasn't been a secret, but for the home plate umpire today, again, what we always say about the home plate umpire, at least between you and I, Denny, is that as long as he is consistent, or as long as they are consistent with whatever their zone is, within reason, of course.
If they're consistent, the players should adjust.
This zone today has been a little tight.
Yes, it has.
At times, but it's been consistent.
Yes, true.
So now it's a point where it can be frustrating for the hitters going up there and for the pitchers as well. We've seen Carrillo definitely have given some glances to the home plate umpire as to where was that pitch, where was that pitch. But now it's, 2 innings into the book. Now it's a point of telling your players, if you're the head coaches or on the staff, of saying you got to adjust, figure out where the zone is, go from there. 2-1 count to Bancroft. Here it is from Carrillo. That looks in there, and it is strike 2. Evens the count 2 apiece. Foul ball into the net. Brendan Bancroft was part of that all KJCCC Division II softball first team last year as a freshman. Another 2-2. Skips. And it's another 3-2 count.
Been saying that all day long.
So I got it. I've been counting now, as I believe this is the 5th or 6th full count that Carrillo has been worked to in an inning. And another leadoff walk.
One of those is going to come back to haunt her.
So that's now 3 straight innings that Carrillo has walked the leadoff batter on to first base.
And been able to get out of it. That's just, she's been Houdini the first 2 innings.
So far. Houdini Carrillo, that's got a good ring to it. So now Gaddis will step in, and she was the at-bat in question in the top of the first, where initially she hit it on the left side. It was right to Carter. It took her deep into the hole at short as Murray throws to first base, and they call her safe. Janelle Green, was there. The catch put the glove on Bancroft, and
that ball was definitely there before the runner.
Bancroft just able to get her pinky nail in at the right time. It was a ball at the plate, so 1-0 for Gaddis. Carrillo waiting for the right pitch. Now she gets it, winds, and delivers. On the way, 2-0. So Gaddis in that first at-bat, she hit it hard to Carter, took her deep into the hole. Carter thought about trying to throw her out. She had a runner running in front of her, so that threw her timing off a little bit. And it looked like bases were loaded, nobody out. And then discussions were had with the umpire, and Gaddis was eventually called out, which is what I believe, as this bunt is put down, and that goes foul. So now 2-1. So I believe the discussion was they were saying that she made contact with the ball and she was out of the box, and that is why she was called out. Is that what we had officially decided on?
It's still a mystery.
Still a mystery. That's kind of the leading bet, though, as to what had happened. So from bases loaded, nobody out, to first and second, 1 out. Another out recorded, the next batter on the fielder's choice, and then the ground out to Ansley Morris.
Where was that pitch?
In that. Another throw to first, and she's back safely again. Yeah, Murray, like we said, she is not afraid to throw down the line. Keeping a close eye on Bancroft over there on the first base bag. Neitzel to Jefferson. That's in time and beating it up the line. Gaddis, so she'll be reaching on the fielder's choice. Bancroft is cut down, keeping a runner out of scoring position for Neosho.
Knapp hit into a fielder's choice her last time up.
One ball, no strikes. Looking over at Gaddis, she is currently tied for third on the team with stolen bases. She's been able to snag 11 on 12 attempts, so only been gunned down once. Be curious to see if she was wanting to tempt fate, maybe try to run on Murray for one, to maybe try to steal a base, but also to try to stay and avoid any potential double play to end the inning.
Yeah, and they're not playing small ball here with their cleanup hitter.
Hard liner, and that's going to go into left for a single. Hit on the screws. Neitzel didn't really have enough time to get her glove out there to bring it in. It goes right to Bryant on a hop, and that brings Ansley Morris to the dish with 2 aboard, just like it was in the top of the first, where she grounded out to short. Prime opportunity here for Neosho as they look to potentially strike and break across the first run or 2 of this ballgame.
Yeah, we're going to have a 6-4-3 right here.
You're predicting it? Is that what you're calling right now?
Yep, I'm calling it.
All right.
She hit it to shorter last time up.
It is worth noting, through 2 1/3 innings, Elsa Carrillo and her pitch count is now up to 72.
Wow.
So it is
not even through 3 innings.
It is getting up there. Yeah, not even through 3 innings. Expected to be Brielle D to come on if Carrillo is needing a break. Breaking pitch, nice pitch, and that gets in. I called strike 2. I felt like that was kind of in the air for a couple of Mississippis. He could have swung at it twice, but Morris kept the bat on her shoulder. Now behind 0-2, choking up.
Now don't give her a
looking to
picky.
protect.
Uh-oh.
Out into left, going back, and that's exactly what she does. The most dangerous hitter on this Neosho team, and she gives it a big 3-run swing.
That leadoff walk comes around to bite her now.
And I will just say, Denny, there was no 6-4-3
No, there wasn't.
recorded on that swing. The only 3 involved was the 3-run home run. And that's a big momentum swing in favor of Neosho.
No question about it.
And if you're Johnson County, if you want to look at the half-glass full perspective there, as Carrillo gives up the home run for Ansley Morris, that is now home run number 16 on the season, leading the team in that category. But you could look in the way of Johnson County as saying that that could have been a 3-run home run that could easily have made it a 5-0 or 6-0 Neosho County ball game, if not even more. If that first inning would have really went on the way it was kind of looking initially, that it could have been a really ugly start of the first for Johnson County. But a big home run out into left nonetheless. Haley Bryant was tracking it, had to look over the wall. Now this one back in the way of Bryant. That's going to stay in the chalk and rounding around. Paige Hutzel will follow up that 3-run home run with a 1-out double. Rolls all the way into the left field corner. She's in there standing. And now this Neosho dugout and these bats are starting to hum along. They're coming alive. And now the question could be is, we know traditionally for these starting pitchers for Johnson County, they don't have a very long leash when it comes to runs coming across. So you factor that in with also the pitch count for Carrillo that's getting closer to 80 as we go along. This bunt attempt goes foul. But how much longer could it be until we could see potentially Brielle D, as I believe I now see her. She is up. She's got her gloves. She's got her visor on. So it looks like maybe she has gotten a word somewhere in that dugout of saying get up and get ready and be ready. Day for Carrillo could be looming short. One pitch to Dewey. Up the line, that's going to get out foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. In case you're just now joining us, big story, that 3-run home run from Ansley Morris. Our first run to the game is for Johnson County. Big story for them is the condition of first baseman Aspen Burgard. The star-studded sophomore has exited the game. Injured that left arm on a collision on the first base bag as she was trying to field a put out.
Number 1, Aisha Hook.
So an out, but a productive one for Dewey. She moves Hutzel from second to third. Now Huck will step in, and Carter will take it. Nice throw. Green goes down to pick it up, and that will do it. So it stays just 3 runs on the home run from Ansley Morris, her team leading 17th home run of the season. Cavaliers in the hole early. 3-run home run from Ansley Morris. That's the 11th home run the season given up for Elsa Carrillo, her 3rd against a conference foe. They go back to the top of the order for the Cavaliers, Carter, Jefferson, and Neitzel.
Carter singled the first time up, but was stranded at second.
One ball, one strike now. Does that continue as we know Burgard was batting in the cleanup spot, and that spot could come up to the plate here sooner rather than later. Imagine it'll still be Jayla Green that'll take that spot as Carter grounds out for the first out. I see her. She's now at least up in the dugout and is continuing to talk with the trainers, and I'm not the most fluent on reading lips, but I know body language pretty well, and to me, it looks like she's trying to bargain everything that she can to
get back in,
being the ultimate competitor that she is. We'll wait and see. Maybe
well, I saw her the last half inning. She was up watching the game, but that left arm, that glove arm, was still pretty limp.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's one of those sayings, and you need it, obviously, to catch the ball over at first, but even if you wanted to just put her in the designated player spot, it's still, to hit. It's to be as effective as she can be. So it looks like the initial way right now with this head coach and the coaching staff and training staff is they're going to elect on the side of caution, which I don't blame them from doing, knowing that regional's coming up about 2 weeks' time. We'll be right here in Overland Park on the campus of Johnson County Community College as Jefferson fouls that one off. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Jelly bunted at a high ball last time and popped it up for an out. So she's due. Good swing at that one.
Jaylee continuing to battle here. Three and two now. It's about time someone other than Elsa Carrillo got a 3-2 count. Esco has avoided those for the most part. 44th pitch of the ball game coming up here on the payoff. Called strike 3. Jaylee thought that one was going to stay inside and ends up catching the just inner part of the zone. Close to take on a 3-2 count, and she gets rung up at home plate.
It'll bring up Neitzel. She grounded out to third base her last time up. Get down.
Just foul.
Just foul. She'd have got that down the line. She could have run a while.
.413 average conference play so far for Neitzel. 0 for 1 in this game, battling. The 1-1 looked like it was low, but she cues it off the end of the bat for strike 2. Might have gotten a piece of the catcher as well, so home plate umpire will almost walk the ball back over to the pitcher. Always a nice gesture. See that? Whenever a foul tip goes off the catcher, home plate umpire allows them to get a few extra seconds, try to shake some feelings either back into the hands or just get a few seconds of downtime before the next pitch. Here it is on the 1-2, and Dewey keeps it in front of her, but nobody aboard, so even if it went to the backstop, no problem. 2 balls, 2 strikes down to Neitzel. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Cavaliers trying to answer on the 3-run home run in the top half from Ansley Morris. but the Panthers in front by 3. Up the middle, and Morris will take it. So 3 innings in the books here in game 1. Your score, Neosho 3, Johnson County nothing on your home of the Cavaliers Sports Network.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
I used to drive an ambulance as an EMT, and I've always tried to be a safe driver. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. In my car, if I see a truck or bus taking a turn, I know to take my time. When big vehicles turn right, they may swing wide to make the turn. If you try to sneak in, well, it's a lesson you'd rather not learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait. It's our roads, it's our safety.
Addison Bloodgood leads it off for the Neosho Panthers here in the top of the 4th inning. 9-1-2 with West on deck. Renly Bancroft batting 3rd. Be going through the order for the 3rd time for Neosho. Still Elsa Carrillo in the circle for Johnson County after that 3-run home run given up. The only thing outside of that to keep an eye on is that pitch count continues to get more and more elevated as we go along. That was pitch number 83 from her to start her top of the 4th inning, which, much to her credit, was going along. And despite the high pitch count, how many walks has she had? Still has at this point 5 so far in this game. No strikeouts, but she was able to do all that scoreless until the 3-run homer from Morris.
Yep.
We talked about with every inning so far, she has started with a walk. She got through the first 2 unscathed after she started the 3rd with a leadoff walk. You had mentioned that eventually it was going to come around to haunt her, and it did. And now she's got a 3-0 count here to Bloodgood to start the 4th. Now the Panther dugout begging for a 4-pitch walk, and they're going to get it.
Oh, man.
6 walks, no strikeouts here for Carrillo. Definitely not the sharpest that she has been this season. Trying to battle, just keep this deficit at 3 runs. Give her offense a chance. Now the throw to first, and this gets out of the glove of Green. So into foul ground it goes, and Bloodgood advances up to second. And I'm not sure if you can pin that one on the throw from Murray or just in and out of the glove of Green, and a not everyday starter at first base filling in for the injured Aspen Burgart.
I think that ball should have been caught.
I think if you ask Jayla Green that, she's going to tell you the same thing.
Now you got a runner in scoring position with nobody out.
Error there for Green allows Bloodgood up to second. Carrillo able to answer with the thrown strike there.
When she got to second, I was pretty sure they would have her bunt, but we'll see. Guess not.
Swing and miss strike there. It's only the 3rd time that Carrillo has recorded 6 or more walks in a game this season.
Well, that would tell you that the strike zone is being squeezed.
Her most that she had back on March 13th, and a win she picked up at Iowa Western, where she walked 8 batters in a game. High fly ball, and right on the edge of the turf. Carter will bring it in over there at short.
Number 14, Renly Bancroft.
So she had 8 in that game, and then she had 6 in a conference start at Cloud County Community College on March 29th. She's had 5 many times this season, but 6 or more. This is only the 3rd time that it has happened.
Well, she hit that off the fist.
That can't feel good on the hands at all, but much needed there for the Cavaliers. Carter over to Green in time, and Bloodgood has to stay put at second base. And that makes my hands ache just watching that at bat.
That was just above the fingers. Need to keep this hitter in the yard.
First pitch to Gaddis is fouled off. I could still feel, from time to time, I remember the feeling of younger and going to batting in the batting cages with the metal bats. And if you hit it and it just rings just right, it reverberates just right, man, it'll
do it with a wood bat, too.
Yeah, I believe it. It's that much strong vibration right there on the hands. It is not that pleasant. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Gaddis. 0 for 2 day for her, a pair of groundouts. Been an excellent crowd on hand here today. We did have the one set of bleachers here that was completely filled with the baseball team. It looks like they have gone to practice, but it does look like it's either the soccer team or somebody else is here. They're watching, enjoying this game right now. Another one fouled by Gaddis. Now I'm looking around, and there's plates of pizza and some cold drinks being handed out. I believe
they were setting up a little concession stand right behind the booth here.
I believe today is, if I remember correctly, it should be sort of a staff appreciation day today here at Johnson County Community College.
Good.
Got a good crowd showing up for Neosho as well, making the drive up from Chanute, not too far from Overland Park. You head south for a good about maybe 2.5 hours or so. You'll find yourself there, home of the Neosho County Panthers at the high school level. It's the Blue Comets, Chanute High School. You and I have called our fair share of games down at Chanute High School.
Yes, we have. The
high
Blue
school
Comets.
Football. Yep. Another 1-2, again up the middle, again to
Nicely
Carter,
done.
and again to first. Got her by a step. Gaddis, not that she beat it out. The umpire in the field looked like maybe for a half second was hesitating like he was going to call her safe, but ends up calling her out. And Carrillo, through 4 innings, just keeps it a 3-0 Neosho lead. Give credit to Jayla Green on one thing. She's got a pretty good walk-up song. Give it to her.
I'll leave that to you, partner. I don't even recognize it.
Steps in here for conference play. This is only her now 5th at-bat. Burgard did get 1 at-bat in, which is unfortunate because we were talking about for Aspen. She was tied for the all-time career record for RBIs here at Johnson County Community College at 123. But now with her not making an appearance in the rest of this game, we'll imagine in game 2, probably not likely, but still to be determined. So it'll be Jayla Green the rest of the way over at first base. She took some first pitch ball. Now that one fouled away to the net for a foul ball. 0 for 4 so far in conference play and at bats. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Here's her numbers on the season. Does have 1 RBI recorded. Still does not have an official hit, so she could mark that check box or check that box, mark that box off, however you want to say it. Off her collegiate resume, if you will.
It'd be a good time to break that streak right here.
Too bad. She's drawn 3 total walks. She's ahead in the count, 2-1, now 3-1. She's the only Cavalier player that has made an appearance in a game this year that does not have a hit. So she is due, and she's going to get it today. 3-1 from Esco is off the plate.
She's going to take that walk. Lead off.
4th walk drawn this season for Jayla. Leadoff batter aboard for the Cavaliers, and now Maddie Murray will step in.
She walked her last time up. Let's see if Coach puts anything on here.
If there would be a time for her 4th home run in the last 3 games, now would be a pretty good time to do it, to get some juice back into that Johnson County dugout. Lays off that pitch for a ball. Although I give a lot of credit to these Cavaliers, you know, being down 3 runs. I mean, the energy is still pretty good, don't get me wrong, but that would get them really going, get the momentum back on the side for the Cavaliers. Get this crowd back in it, too.
That one was right down Broadway.
Murray is tied for the lead in conference play with most RBIs, right behind Jaylee Jefferson at 17. She does lead the team overall this year in RBIs with 43. Right behind her, Katie Kolaric at 40. So a pair of freshmen driving in the runs this year for Johnson County. There's no secret they were going to need some good support from this freshman class coming in, losing some pretty key pieces from the team last year. Eve Morris, Taryn Burkhardt, and Kate Ediger, among many others. And they have done just that. It's still a lot on the line in this game. Depending on who could come away with the sweep, can either tighten their grip on a first place finish if you're Neosho, and for Johnson County as Murray goes chasing upstairs, swings and misses. There's out number 1. Meanwhile, for Johnson County, currently in a tie for second place, so if they can battle back here in this first game and then take the second game with a sweep, they can walk out of here today with a potential tie and a share in first place for the first time in a few weeks. But still some work to be done, still down 3 runs. Haley Bryant back in, first pitch swinging and fouled back to the backstop.
Looks like a hitter that just missed her pitch.
You know, she's looking for a bit of redemption after her last at-bat. She was called out on interference as the catcher Dewey was trying to throw to the bag at first.
We're really not sure.
That's what we think. That's kind of the
that's the only thing we can come up with.
Well, I mean, that's just it, though. What else could it really be?
I really don't know.
We don't know. Some discussion that was had, but she was called out nonetheless. She saw just 2 pitches in that first at-bat. That one gets the outer part of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Bryant leans out. Nice diving grab, and they're going to double her up. That's Brindley Bancroft. Give her all the credit. Nicely done to throw back to first to Naft is in time. There's your double play, Denny. Once again, going against the team we're calling the game for.
Ain't that the truth?
4-3 double play to wrap it up here in the bottom of the 4th. It's a 3-0 ball game. Panthers over the Cavaliers. So it felt like the first couple of innings in this game were dragging on a little bit. The past 3 have gone along pretty briskly, so on to the now 5th inning we go. 3-0 lead for Neosho. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Dredd. Another pitch, and Creo again asking where it is. And
he was saying it was outside.
And I tip my cap for fine folks here at Johnson County of adding this. So that one gets the call there. You've seen the cameras we've been using today. This one out in center field, obviously, and our camera above the dugout for a pretty good bird's eye view, I should say, of the field. But that center field camera, I mean, you can see, it's just like a professional broadcast. You see where the strike zone should be, and obviously that one high and out of there. But there have been a handful of pitches, especially for Carrillo, that have been right there. And I think more often than not would get the call for a strike. Maybe not every single one, but at least out of the 5 or 6 she's thrown, at least half of them are probably going to get the call. But she has been not getting any favors. But once again, like we mentioned earlier, the zone and the calls have been consistent both ways. You can say it for Esco. She's had a couple of close pitches that she hasn't gotten a call for that benefited the Cavaliers. Now 2-2 to Naft. There it is. Chases after it. And there's the first strikeout of the ball game for Elsa Carrillo.
Let's bring up the young lady that did all the damage in the 3rd inning with the 3-run homer.
That is all the difference so far in this game. One swing in the bat from Ansley Moore. She grounded out to short in her first at bat, and she came up in her second. There was 2 gone in, or one out in the inning, 1 gone in the inning. We were trying to advocate for a double play to wrap it up. It ended up being a 3-run home run. Close, though, but just off the
Then we get a 4-3 double play for Neosho. Go figure.
Wrap it up in the bottom of the 4th. That one off the left foot of Morris as she walks out of the box a little gingerly, trying to walk that one off. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Try to get some feeling back in those pinkies.
She launched her team-leading 16th home run of the season. And Ansley Morris at RBI total now up to 49, so 1 away from marking 50 RBIs. It surpassed the total that she had last year as a freshman. Steps back in, now a 1-1.
I don't get it.
Sharp grounder, Jefferson on the edge of the turf and in time over to first. And Morris will head back to the dugout, still favoring that left foot where she had the foul tip on. So we'll keep an eye on that. She's tending to it herself right now in the dugout, but hope everything is okay. Jaylee, not too often we see her playing that deep over on the right side of the field in the second base hole, but even still, you can look at her saying she's out there right now in shallow right field.
Yeah, she's in the outfield grass.
Against these, she was like that with Morris, the righty, and here against Hutzel, the lefty.
We know she's got a good arm because she played shortstop last year and part of this year, so she can throw anybody out from that depth.
Yeah, no doubt about it, especially when you're just throwing over to the bag at first. 1-1, breaking, not in the zone. Hutzel had a double down into the left field corner in her last at bat. And the count here 2-1 against Carrillo, and she goes to the left side again, and she's going to rack on a single to it.
Yeah, right off the hands there, but that goes as a hit.
It's a base hit line drive into the scorebook and in the morning paper the day after. Doesn't matter how he gets out there. Hutzel is on back-to-back at bat. She's on the first, 2 outs. Neosho looking for a 2-out rally, maybe to add on another run or 2. Catcher Dewey steps in and takes low and away for a ball. Pitch 1-11 for Carrillo. So I imagine at some point in this game we're going to see Brielle D brought on to relieve Carrillo. It's going to be really hard for her to go the distance the rest of this game. Right now through just the 4 2/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, 6 walks, 1 strikeout for Elsa Carrillo. 1-1 to Dewey, got her to chase. 1 ball, 2 strikes. High level. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So I think I do see Brielle D starting to get up, get a little loose, perhaps ready to come in the game at a moment's notice as Neitzel will handle that. Ground out in time over to first. Panthers 3, Cavaliers nothing through 4.5 here on Johnson County Sports Live.
Lady Cavs need to get the offense going.
Need something here. 3 runs on 4 hits, no errors for Neosho. No runs on 1 hit, just that got in the books right now, that 1 leadoff single back in the first inning from Izzy Carter.
That's it.
Is that really it?
Yeah, that's
it.
it.
To you? Okay. Just want to make sure. This is why I love having, I do a score, you keep score, so we can always cross-reference with one another.
Yeah, we got 3 scorekeepers up
wow,
here.
yeah, 3. Good to have for a majority ruling, too, if needed.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike here to Lily Hands. That's a good way of saying right now the Cavaliers being shut out through 4 innings, gone to their 5th time able to come to the plate in just 1 hit. Cavaliers do also have the lone error in the game, too. So after collecting 31 hits in the last doubleheader against Highland, they have been held to just 1.
They used up all their hits.
They did. As of right now, that's looking like it. That's a good way to maybe break out of it. Hands, it's going to drop down, at least for an extra base hit, and it will be a double. She will hold up there. The only question was, did it have enough air time to get out over the fence? It was solidly hit. And there's a hit number 2 on the day for Johnson County. First of the game for Lily Hands, and it's a 2-bagger. Now Katie Kolaric will give it a try.
Well, that's a good start.
Would be monumental to at least bring that 1 run in. You're getting into the back half of this ball game. Haven't really made Esco sweat a whole lot out in this game. 2 balls, no strikes. Esco now 2 hits, still no runs allowed, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts for her.
Katie Clark flied out to center last time. Let's find a hole this time.
A freshman out of Bishop Miege High School takes the 2-0, and that is in. 2 balls, 1 strike.
That was a good pitch.
Second in the team in total RBIs at 40 behind the 43 from Maddie Murray as this one skied, and it'll be the second baseman Bancroft that'll go out there. We saw her make a nice diving grab on that 4-3 double play to wrap the bottom of the 4th up as she collects the first out here in the bottom of the 5th. Janelle Lang batting 9th, struck out swinging her last at bat. Big spot here for her to potentially plate that first run here for the Cavaliers. The righty Esco delivers, is high out of the zone, ball 1. Current ratio of strikes being thrown, as that one will be taken again by Bancroft. She's been kept busy over there at second base. A productive at least for Janelle Lang. She allows Hans to move up to 3rd. Yeah, we talked about the zone potentially being a little smaller. Both pitchers maybe feel like they're being squeezed. As you got Carrillo and Esco, both known for being pretty consistent at rifling in strikes, but they both are sub 60% on strikes today. Carrillo near the 50% line, or Esco near the 50% line. Carrillo closer to 58.
Yeah, and Esco's only given up 2 hits. And Izzy at the plate right now has one of those.
The other hit belongs to Hans at 3rd with that double, and it is going to be a double here for Izzy Carter with an RBI attached to it. Stop sign is put up.
Big hit.
2 of the 3 hits today belonging to Izzy Carter, the leadoff shortstop. And now it is a 2-run ball game. She does a little shimmy over there at second base. Could this be the spark the Cavaliers have been looking for?
Yeah, Jaylee needs to get her home here. Come on, Jaylee, you can do it.
First pitch swinging, and that goes foul. So I think it is pretty safe to say it is hard to find a bigger fan of Jaylee Jefferson's game outside of the Jefferson family and friends than yourself, Denny.
That's probably true, partner.
Pulls that one, but foul. Almost had the distance, though. It one hop to the wall. Got to protect here now, 0-2. And I know you've had many times you've had interactions with Jaylee and you've talked to her, and and she knows and she appreciates
she does.
Much of a fan you
she
are.
does.
She's been a star-studded sophomore. We'll get to celebrate her along with the rest of the sophomores next week on Sophomore Day.
Uh-oh. Yuck.
So one comes across for Johnson County. The 2-out, 1-run double from Izzy Carter, and now makes it a 2-run ball game after 5 innings in the book. the delay coming out of the break. That was just one pitch from Elsa Carrillo to the leadoff hitter Hook. She tries to put down a bunt. It goes right back to Carrillo. Throw back over to first is in time. So that's how we start the top of the 6th inning here. It's now a 2-run ball game thanks to that 1-run double from Izzy Carter. Now a 2-for-3 day for her, and she's got 2 of the 3 hits on the day for this Johnson County offense, who maybe with now that run coming across in the bottom of the 5th, could that be the spark to maybe drive them forward the rest of this ball game, trying to make this comeback and get a victory. Cavaliers would love to come in and sweep this doubleheader today with Neosho, who the Panthers currently in a tie with the other felines of the KJCCC, the Tigers of Cowley. And Johnson County currently in a 2-way tie with Kansas City, Kansas for 2nd place. A lot on the line here between these 2 games. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. Blood good, 0 for 1. A fly out to right, and then she walked in her 2nd at bat. Chops this one right to green. Just 1 step on the bag. 2 up, 2 down. Here for this 6 for Elsa Carrillo, still out there for Johnson County. Like we mentioned, that pitch count is already 100 plus. That was her 120th. I have her on the books for.
Wow.
Again, not the official scorekeeper, but she's definitely in that neighborhood of 120 for today. She's an out away from making it 3 straight scoreless between the 4th, 5th, and now here in the 6th, and it's lined right at Jaylee. And I thought maybe she picked that off the turf for a line out, but she throws over to first in time, one way or the other. 121 as far as the pitch count for Elsa Carrillo. That one ends in a 3rd out. Quick top of the 6th inning here. Gets that Cavalier bats to the plate after scoring 1 run. 1 run in the bottom of the 5th. I mean, by far our quickest half inning in the books today, Denny. Back in the top of the 6th inning, 3 up, 3 down for Neosho. I believe Carrillo maybe had just spent, for the first time in an inning today, had under 10 pitches. Pitch count now at 121. That's exactly what you wanted to do in the top of the 6th. So you get your first run, in the case for Johnson County, bottom of the 5th.
Shut them down.
Get a quick 1, 2, 3, top of the 6th. Get that offense back up to the plate while the momentum's hot. Reagan Neitzel will lead it off here, batting 3rd in a 2-0 count. Now it's 2-1. Pair of groundouts on the left side. Neitzel's been pulling it. Trying to get the leadoff man aboard, bring the tying run to the plate. 2-1 is off the plate, now 3-1. The 3-1 chance ringing out from the Cavalier dugout. There's ball 4. There's been no shortage of walks between our 2 starting pitchers today. 6 for Carrillo. That was the 4th for Esco. Make it 10 total. Jayla Green will step back in.
Let's see what she's going to do here.
Cavaliers see if they have something on. Green showing bunt, missing there. Neitzel will scurry back over to the bag at first.
Johnson County playing a little small ball there. See if it's still on.
In case just now joining us, Jayla Green filling in over the first base spot for Aspen Burgard, left with an injury in the first couple of innings, has not returned since. The left arm injury. Jayla Green has stepped in. It's their second at bat of the game. Able to draw a walk in that first at bat. Now she's behind here 0-2. Got to protect. Neitzel still over at first. Esco's next pitch. Just off the plate. Ball one.
That was a close pitch to take, but she got away with it.
Now this one gets in and out of the mid of the catcher, Dewey, and Neitzel will easily advance up and take second.
On the wild pitch.
What you want to call it?
Yeah, that's what it is. Green's job now is to hit the ball to the right side.
That's it. Get Neitzel over to third. If you trade an out for it, you still have two to play with to get that runner in. And Green is rung up on strikes.
Yep.
So close to take there on a two-strike count again. It was definitely high, and Green thought it was going to come more inside and miss the zone completely, but it did not.
I'll bring up Maddie. She struck out swinging her last time.
One 0 now to Murray. One gone here, bottom of the sixth inning. Solid contact out into left. Going down to her knees is Gaddis to bring it in.
Man, nearly threw her out, too.
Back safely at second is Neitzel. And I'll tell you what, the Panthers have been making some nice plays on defense. We saw one from Bancroft at second a few innings ago, and another nice diving grab down to her knees by Gaddis, the freshman left fielder, getting it done.
Yeah, that ball was sinking quick because it had a lot of topspin on it.
Spectacular grab out in left. Now two gone. Back to Haley Bryant, who again goes to the left, and Gaddis again is there, able to bring it in, coming in towards left center. Pair of lineouts, I should say, to left field to Gaddis. A scoreless frame for Johnson County. We're heading to the seventh. It's a two-run ball game here on Johnson County Sports Live. Don't miss this finish.
Yep.
So here we go, seventh and final inning. The Panthers holding on to that two-run lead. All three runs driven in by Ainsley Morris on a three-run home run in the top of the third inning. A three-run shot happening in the third inning. That's coincidental, don't you think?
Yeah.
Very appropriate. Johnson County scoreless until the bottom of the fifth. They've been held to, so far, just on today. 3 hits. 2 of them have come from Izzy Carter, and her last one was an RBI double to drive in the lone run for the Cavaliers. It brought Lily Hands in to score. Both teams went scoreless in the 6th, and we arrive here to the 7th. Still anybody's ball game. Elsa Carrillo still out there for Johnson County despite that high pitch count, now at 124 coming into the plate. 125 coming up next. There's been a couple times that I've seen Brielle Dean up moving around in the dugout, and I think she went into the bullpen maybe once to get some warm-up throws in, but hasn't been able to find her way onto the field yet. Carrillo, give her credit, just outside of that 3-run home run, she has been doing pretty good. Been working with a zone that might be a little bit smaller than usual. Those walks piling up. 10 total between both starting pitchers, 6 for Carrillo, 4 for Esco. 2-2, got her looking. Good strikeout there. It's the second strikeout of the game for Elsa Carrillo. She comes inside. That inside call has been given all day long by this home plate umpire. And it's one that looks like it's close to maybe just off the plate. But again, in a 2-strike count, you got to find a way to protect, and fouled that one off, which Neosho did a really good job of the first 2 or 3 innings of this ball game. In fact, the reason that Carrillo and her pitch count is up so much is because there are many times that they were able to work themselves into a 3-2 count. It just kept fouling away, pitch after pitch after pitch. I mean, we went into the 3rd inning. I believe Elsa already had 60-plus pitches as she started the 3rd inning of this game. And at that point, she hadn't allowed a run.
Yeah, she had a lot of full counts.
Yes. That these Neosho hitters have not made it easy on her today as far as getting away with close pitches, but over the past few innings or so, that has changed. So we saw the last at bat, Bancroft rung up on a strikeout looking. Now Gaddis having to protect here, 1-2. Slapped in, it gets by the diving glove of Neitzel and Carter. Goes out into left field, a 1-out knock.
Number 42, Camry Knapp.
Camry Naft will now step in.
Naft struck out swinging her last time up.
Panthers definitely would not mind adding another insurance run or 2 before heading to the bottom of this inning. Caleric going back right in front of the track, but brings it in front of the wall out there in right field. Deep fly for Camry Naft as she's retired. 2 gone here in the 7th. And you're not going to get out of this top of the 7th without facing Ainsley Morris once again. She's 1 for 3, but that one hit, that's been all the runs today for Neosho. And she puts another good charge into this one, and she has done it again. Her 2nd home run of the game and 5 RBIs. There's RBI number 50 and 51. And that very well could secure this game in Game 1 for the Neosho Panthers. Ainsley Morris has been a force to be reckoned with, to say the least. Now, 17 home runs. There's a bubble gun. Bubbles flying everywhere. That's a first. I've seen that. These home run celebrations get more and more creative as the years go on. I like it. Bringing some fun into the game. Ainsley Morris, you know she's having a ball here in this Game 1. 2 for 4, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. Has made it that much tougher for the Cavaliers as they were hoping to plate at least 2, and now they're going to need at least 4 when they come to bat here in the bottom of the 7th. Twelfth home run given up by Carrillo, 4th in conference play. She had 2 coming into today. And for Neosho, they hold on, able to win this game. With this 4-run lead they currently have, 3 outs away, they will break a brief first-place tie with the Cali Tigers and have sole possession of first place in the KJCCC Division II softball standings. Say that 5 times fast. Carrillo looking for that third strikeout. Here's the 1-2. Can't get her to chase. Two. Foul tip. Denny likes to call those an excuse me swing.
Yeah.
Three and two now. Good bat here with Hutzel. Had a walk in her first at bat. She's 2 for 2 with a double and a single. She has also had herself a nice day. It's now 5 runs on 6 hits for Neosho. 1 run on 3 hits, 1 error for Johnson County.
Morris doing all of the damage.
Yes, all 5 runs driven in on her account. Called strike 3, and that gets Carrillo and Johnson County out of the inning. Hetzel doesn't like the call, but another home run. 5 total RBIs on the day for Morris. 4 runs needed here in the bottom of the 7th for Johnson County as we step aside. So now it's on the Mackenzie Esco to close out the bottom of the 7th, bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9. Due here for Johnson County, Hands, Kolaric, Lang in that order. Anyone gets on, we'll go back to the top of the order. Cavs were hoping just for a 2-run rally, 3 to walk it off. Instead, on that 2-run home run from Ansley Moore, she's batted all 5 runs into this game for Neosho. It's going to take at least 4 runs to tie and 5 for a Game 1 walk-off. Which, of all the things that you and I have seen and called on Johnson County Sports Line, including a couple of things, quirky kind of things that happened in the first couple of innings of this game, we have yet to see a walk-off. As this one is driven into center, back on it, and able to bring it in is Hunk on the run for out number 1. Cavaliers now down to their last 2 outs. Which I'll give Johnson County credit on one thing, and Neosho should be very well aware of this, is that the Cavaliers within recent years have had quite a reputation of some pretty big 2-out rallies. So just because if you have them down to their final out, it does not necessarily mean that the game is over.
Nope, not till that last out's recorded.
That's it. Esco, a first pitch strike to Kolaric. 0 for 2 today for Katie. A fly out, a pop out. Outside a single and a double for Izzy Carter, and a double for Lily Hands that was stung into the power alley in left center. That has been all the hits so far today for Johnson County. They've drawn 4 walks, but haven't been able to really make Esco pay for those 4 walks.
Definitely no timely hitting today for the Cavs.
Same thing could have been said a week ago in a doubleheader with Coffeyville.
Yep. Especially in that second game.
Came close to double-digit hits. Still lost to Coffeyville 2-1 in extra innings. Solid up the middle. That's a one-out knock into center. It boots it into the glove, but it doesn't get far enough away for Choleric to make the turn at first. There's no such thing. Well, there is such thing as a 4-run swing. You got to have the right circumstances, the right ingredients, if you will, but
got to have those bases juiced.
Just got to get one runner on at a time.
Yeah, you got to play station to station here.
That's it. So Choleric on, and Esco is going to be taken out of the game. And I'll tell you what, she gets a nice ovation from the Neosho fans that have made the travel up here. For someone, according to their website, that had no starts coming into today, her first start on the season in conference play and everything for Mackenzie Esco, she pitched a gym today. She did really, really well. Just one run allowed. She does inherit that. She will be responsible for Choleric over at first as the new pitcher coming in. If we have an official number, we got it. It is number 12. You can mention that is Solano. That'll check in now. She'll be tasked with closing out the rest of this game. Brindley Solano, a flat 0 ERA on the season. This is her third appearance. Just 2 total innings pitched, so a little bit small sample size with her, but just 1 hit given up, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. So kind of hard to judge as to what exactly the Cavaliers are going to be facing here over the next couple outs still left here in this ball game, but it is the unexpected duo of Esco and Solano here in the circle in game 1 for Neosho. Now 2 outs away from closing this game out with the save. Starts with the first pitch strike.
He's been calling that pitch strike all day long.
Mm-hmm. Hitters have to adjust.
Yep. Lying down 0-2. She's got to protect now. Can't let the umpire make the decision for you.
Goes without saying, the last thing you'd want is the game ending. In this case, it would be double play. 0-2, close, but doesn't get the call. The whole Panther infield wanted that to be called for a strike, but that not being the case. Another one fouled off.
That ball would have hit her if she hadn't swung at it.
It's always one of those things easier said than done when you hear someone saying take one for the team there, but natural instinct is just to throw that ball off its trajectory enough to avoid hitting you, and it's a swing and miss strikeout for Janelle Lang. And now for Johnson County, they're down to their final out. We go back to the top of the order with Izzy Carter. And so far today, this has been who you want at the dish for the Cavaliers. 2 of the 4 total hits on the day belonging to Izzy. A single and a double for her last at bat. Drove in the lone run in this game as well, did Izzy Carter. First pitch, a ball from Solano. That was the first strikeout of this game for Solano, her second on the season. Striking out Janelle Lang, got her swinging. Second strikeout today for Lang. 1-0 to Carter, high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Choleric still over there at first base on a 1-out single, line drive up the middle. Haven't seen the Cavaliers active on the base pass today as far as trying to get steals, and don't expect that to start anytime soon.
You got to play stations. That's station right now.
And Carter again, her third hit of the day.
Wow.
Diving out was Morris over there at short, trying to at least keep it in the infield, but it leaks down in the left. And Izzy Carter, she has done her part today.
She definitely has. 3 for 4 on the day with an RBI.
That's good. And when that's the lone run.
Yeah.
Big swing here from Jaylee Jefferson can really change some things. Couldn't make it a one-run game in one swing. Starts behind 0-1.
She can definitely do it.
She had 2 home runs in a doubleheader a few weeks ago against Independence. Hasn't hit one in her last 4 games. She put a couple of good charges into some balls a week ago against Coffeyville. Mind you, the wind was blowing strong from center field, about 25, 30 miles per hour. Or on a day like today, if she put those hits up in the air, they'd be going into the trees.
Yeah.
Wind definitely did their part of keeping them in the yard.
Yeah, she drove the outfielder to the warning track.
Jaylee battling ahead, 2-1 against Solano. Next pitch, popped up in the air out to left. Gaddis charging in on it, and that will do it here in game 1. So Johnson County, for the 4th doubleheader in a row, could do no better than a split here at home. Panthers win at 5-1. We'll have another matchup between these two teams. Again, a battle of top 25 teams in Division II that ends with a fly ball from Jaylee Jefferson out into left field. And that will do it. Tally up some final stats here. Denny, as always, your final thoughts here on game 1.
Well, the Cavaliers stranded way too many runners on base. And just, again, no timely hitting, partner. They had a rough day at the plate. So let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left on base.
You would be correct in that. 8 left on base for the Cavaliers. Here's the box score for you. 5 runs on 6 hits, no errors for Neosho. 1 run on 5 hits, 1 error for Johnson County. As the only extra base hits for the Cavaliers come from Izzy Carter and Lily Hands, both with a double. Izzy Carter led the way, 3 of 4 on the day. She was the main offensive production for the squad, again driving in the lone run of the game for Johnson County. Elsa Carrillo gets the loss, 7 total innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, all 5 of those being earned, 3 strikeouts to 6 walks. Just the 3rd time this year Carrillo has walked 6 or more batters in a game. She had that season high set against Iowa Western about a month and a half ago of 8 in a game. She didn't come to that mark. But definitely one thing for sure, we saw 10 total walks today between both pitchers and of Esco and the 6 from Carrillo. It was safe to say the zone for the home plate umpire was definitely a little bit smaller. It was a little uncharacteristic for those two to throw that many walks in this game. But again, it was one of those things you had to adjust to it. It was consistent as the game went along, and you can't really make any excuses about it now.
Nope.
As we go on to Esco, she picks up the win. 6 1/3 innings from her in her first official start this season. 4 hits allowed, just 1 run on those 4 hits, 4 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Solano finishes the final 2/3, just 1 hit allowed and 1 strikeout. So just the combined 1-run outing for Neosho here today. So right now, as where the standings currently sit, Neosho for a moment will break that 2-way tie for first place. They are up a game against Cowley. The Tigers will not play again until Saturday. So, for what it's worth, as we will head into Game 2 coming up here in about 30 minutes or so on Johnson County Sports Live, the Neosho County Panthers are up in first place, and Johnson County, at least for now, will drop down into 3rd place. Kansas City, Kansas is also playing right now. They are down in Cowley taking on the Tigers as or no, that is for Saturday. So both KCK and Cowley, because they'll be both playing each other, they play on Saturday. So for Johnson County, they just currently sit in third place right now. This was another doubleheader again. You know, we talked about it. This is now the fourth one that Johnson County has not been able to sweep. We talked about with Cowley, you know, and KCK and Neosho. Those are the top three teams that we knew those were going to be the front runners, along with Johnson County. One of those four teams is going to win the regular season title, and Johnson County had the advantage of playing all three of those teams here on the home turf, something that the other three cannot say. And that's, you know, home field advantage is huge in this sport. It does really good at helping you build momentum. You get to, you don't have to worry about traveling on the bus, no matter how far you're going, all that kind of stuff. And it would have been huge for Johnson County to get some sweeps. We knew against Cowley and KCK it was going to be tough. Here against Neosho, we knew it was going to be tough. But it's really the one last week. I look back against Coffeyville, because if you sweep against Coffeyville, you're still, even you drop this first game, you're still in a tie for second place.
Right.
But that split against Coffeyville definitely hurt the chances of at least a regular season title. Without some, you need a lot of help now if you're Johnson County. It's not to say it's out of the realm of possibility, but it's just not doing yourselves any favors to say the least. But they'll look, once again, they dropped the first games in the last three doubleheaders here at home, with the exception of Coffeyville. They dropped it in the second game, but against KCK and against Cowley, they dropped the first games. They were able to rally back and win the second games. We'll see if they can do it again here today against Neosho. Again, game two is going to start roughly right around 3:20, 3:25 here on Johnson County Sports Live. We're going to step aside for the time being and get you set for game two. Again, Neosho victorious. Final score, Panthers 5, Cavaliers 1 in game one. We'll be back with game two on your home of the Cavaliers, Johnson County Sports Live. All right, welcome back in here live on Johnson County Sports Live. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drennan. Game 1 goes to the Panthers. Final score of 5-1. 5 runs on 6 hits, 1 run on 5 hits, and 1 error for Johnson County in Game 1. Looking for a little bit of redemption, looking to at least split this doubleheader, make it 4 straight doubleheaders at home that the Cavaliers are able to split. Meanwhile, for Neosho now currently where things sit as of 3:24 p.m. here in Overland Park, Kansas, sole possession of first place in the KJCCC, so if they can win this game, they can double up on that, and they will be keeping an eye on that Cowley and Kansas City, Kansas doubleheader that will be taking place on Saturday, as well Johnson County, as all 4 teams just mentioned are currently still in the mix for first place. Neosho in the catbird seat, Denny, but Johnson County, after dropping that first game just a few moments ago, they're going to need some help to try to get themselves back in front for at least a share of the regular season title. But like we were also just talking about too, win the regional tournament, you get the automatic bid into the national tournament anyway.
Right.
So it's always nice to win the regular season title. Johnson County being the preseason favorites to win it for the 3rd year in the row. They're the back-to-back defending champions. You know they'd like to do it. But all focus right now is just trying to come out here and split this doubleheader with Neosho. Jalen Lavers gets the start for Johnson County. She has been electric so far in conference play. 8 starts and 8 complete games coming into today, so 9th total start in conference. She starts with a first pitch ball. She picked up her first loss last time out. That was last Thursday against Coffeyville. 7-1 is her overall record. She got the loss in extra innings, just allowing 2 earned runs to the Red Ravens. She starts off with back-to-back balls here. Maddie Murray still the catcher for the Cavaliers, and West, Bancroft, and Gaddis still the first 3 due up in the order for Neosho. Naft is batting cleanup. Some position changes. We'll get to those in just a little bit. .20 from Lavers, foul tip. 49 total innings on this stretch of conference dominance for Lavers. 25 total hits, 8 runs allowed, 6 of those being earned. 15 walks, 57 strikeouts, averaging 8.14 strikeouts per 7 innings. Has given up 4 home runs. Still holds on to that sub-1 ERA at .86 and a whip at .82. Without a doubt, she has been established herself this year in her sophomore campaign, making a big jump from where she was last year as now being one of the top dominant starting pitchers in the conference. But she starts out here with a lead-off walk to West.
Second baseman number 14, Brinley Bancroft.
Never want to start off with a leadoff walk, partner.
Ever. Preferably not.
Just no defense against the walk.
Bunt put down. Neitzel charges. High throw, and it's out of the glove of Green. In trouble here early for Johnson County. Everybody moves up. Close throw to second, and still sliding in safe is Brinley Bancroft. Neitzel charged that ball well, and a high throw over to Jayla Green, continuing to fill in for Aspen Burgard. Exited the first game with an injury, so Green is filling in the rest of the way for the foreseeable future over at first base. And the ball was in her glove. Thought she was going to bring it down, but it jars out. And that's the second error of the day on this Johnson County defense.
Gaddis trying to bunt right there. She got a slap hitter last time up in the last game. Where was that pitch?
It's a 1-1 count to Gaddis. Back starting out in left field. Zone definitely was a little bit tighter in that first game. We saw 10 total walks between the two teams. Lavers already has 1 walk. She gets that one for a called strike. 1-2 now. Could be another potential game of trying to find the zone if you're the hitters and the pitchers included and try to adjust to it as the game goes along. Panthers threatening to strike early here. 2 aboard, both in scoring position. Nobody out. Here's the 1-2 to Gaddis. Got her on the strikeout. No, they got to say that she Did not go. They're going to say that she did not go around.
How could that be?
I thought that she had gone around, and
That sure looked like it.
umpire in the field says nay, nay. Now put in play Green, and it's a tough play. Everyone's going to be safe. Green came out to field it. Jefferson trying to cover back over at first. It was just a little blooper infield hit. Now the bases are loaded, nobody out.
Yeah, guess who's up?
Should be Naff, the pitcher.
Oh, yes. Got to hit him.
Ansley Morris, like you're talking about, 5 RBIs, all 5 runs driven in by her in the first game. She's currently on deck. So the Panthers were close to a bases loaded, nobody out situation in the first game. There was some weird incident that led to it being just runners at first and second. 1 out. The batter was called out on what was an infield hit, almost very similar to, what kind of just transpired. He said it was a hard grounder deep into the hole at short. Discussion was had. They decided to call the batter out. And now Lever's looking for a strikeout here at the dish. Here's the 0-2. Got her. So the swing and miss strikeout there. There is strikeout number 58 in conference play for Jalen Lavers, and much needed there with the bases juiced. And now you got to be careful here with Ansley Morris stepping in. 2 for 4 in game 1. Mentioned
2 home runs.
2 home runs.
5 RBIs.
The 3-run homer and then the 2-run home run. All 5 runs driven in by her.
Not the hitter you want to see at the plate right now. No place to put her.
Yeah, even if you wanted to give her the Barry Bonds treatment, you can't. You could, but it's still going to cost you a run, so you might as well face her.
Try to keep the ball down in the zone and get a ground ball at her middle infielder, what you need to do.
Trying to come inside. That's off the plate as well. 2 balls, no strikes. You tell Lavers is trying her best to stay out of the heart of the plate. Doesn't want to challenge Morris with anything too favorable.
Yeah, you don't want to give her a cookie.
Last time you said that, she did put one over the fence, though. I'll put you on the record. Took a good cut there. And
that was a good pitch right there. Had her fooled.
Just got a piece, but it goes into the mitt of Murray.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Two 2-1 from Lavers. That's fouled up over the net, out into the concourse. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and how big this could be for Lavers. She can get back-to-back strikeouts and send Morris back to the dugout. She continues to try to climb out of this bases loaded, nobody out jam. She got 1 strikeout to batter before. Now a 2-2 to Morris. Does not chase after it.
That was definitely would have been a ground ball if she'd have hit it.
So now it's tough. You go off the plate again, you walk her, you walk in a run.
Yeah, don't give her a cookie, though. 1's better than 4.
Out into right field. That's going to get down. An RBI base hit for Ansley Morris. 6 total RBIs on the day. All 6 runs for the Panthers coming via the bat of Ansley Morris. Everybody goes up station to station. Base is still loaded, and the Panthers with the lead again, 1-0. And that's huge to get in front of a pitcher like Jalen Lavers, who has been just steamrolling the opposition since conference play started. We gave her numbers just a few minutes ago. And now this one up the middle, and that's going to get by the diving glove of Carter. Here comes the throw to the plate again. Everybody moves up a base. Another run added for Neosho. Panthers are on top of it early, and this top of the first inning was what we were talking about in game 1 that could have potentially been that top of the first inning for Neosho then when they were held scoreless, but now we're seeing it come into fruition. Back-to-back hits. Now a ball here to Najar. I believe the first time we were seeing her today. Did not make an appearance in the first game. Favi Najar.
Designated player today.
350 average. on the season. 14 hits, 1 double, 1 triple, 1 homer. 5 total RBIs. Looking for that first RBI here, and she is going to get it. And again, Neosho just continues to play ring around the rosy on the base paths right now. Around and around we go. Another one hit up the middle on Jalen Lavers. That's 3 plated in this top of the first for the Panthers, and that will bring an infield huddle here for Johnson County. Bases still loaded.
The 8th batter coming to the plate.
At least I imagine, didn't you gave that a single RBI on that one. I always like to double check with you before we go on.
Jaylee laid out for it and got a glove on it, but nothing she could do with it.
On to Costin, who is also new into the game here today. First appearance of the afternoon. Takes a called strike.
Pulled on an off-speed pitch.
Jace Costin at average at 288 this year. 17 hits, double, 2 triples, no home runs, and 8 RBIs for her. Back-to-back called strikes puts Lavers in front 0-2 after having the first out collected on a swing and miss strikeout. And after that, bases were loaded. Hanley Morris had an RBI hit. Hutzel had an RBI hit, and Najar just had an RBI hit. Bring in all 3 runs thus far for the Panthers. Bases still loaded. Here's the 0-2. High and away. Murray able to snag it, keeping it from going to the backstop. For what it's worth, this backstop here at Johnson County, they do have the padding right there, but behind it is solid stone and brick. So anything that is thrown hard enough, we've seen it ricochet so hard off the backstop, it actually comes almost right back to the catcher. Up the middle, Lavers able to snag it, trying to get the out at third, but back safely is Morris. Heads up play in the circle for Jalen Lavers, able to snag that one and take a potential hit and RBI away from Costin.
Now the 9th batter to come to the plate in the top of the first.
So you tell me, Denny, is it officially around when you get to the 9th or is it the 10th?
What's that?
Batter. Is it officially you bat around when the 9th hitter comes in, or is it when you have the 10th that comes up?
Yeah.
So Neosho is going to bat around here. Yeah. I thought Carter might take the play over to first. She instead tries to toss it over to third to Neitzel. She was a little off balance as that's Hutzel that comes over there now. Morris came down the line to score. Bases are still loaded, and I see you looking over there, Denny, kind of scratching your head a little bit.
Yeah, that's an error.
So now it is back to the top of the order. Round has officially been at bat.
West walked to start this inning off.
That misses the zone as well, and Lavers asking where it was exactly. It's been a common theme for these Johnson County pitchers today. She picks up a little bit of a rosin bag, trying to improve her grip as much as she can. Two balls, 1 strikes, 2 gone, and a 4-run top of the first inning. Bases still loaded for Neosho, and that's out of the zone as well. 3-1. And with a potential gapper here from West, that can really break this game open for almost being potentially out of reach before Johnson County can even get to the plate to hit.
Well, she gets a second walk of the inning and an RBI.
10 batters have come up, making now 11 with Bancroft stepping in for the second time this inning. 5 have come in to score. It has been all Neosho here in this game. Lavers back in front with that called strike. Two teams last year, they split their regular season doubleheader, and they met again in the Region 6 tournament when Johnson County was able to outlast Neosho 9-4. Cavaliers would then go on to the championship game that following game that day on that Friday, where they faced the Greyhounds of Fort Scott, who Fort Scott beat Johnson County in the second round of that tournament. They beat them in the championship game as well, so the Greyhounds got the automatic bid to the national tournament. Johnson County got an at-large bid. Neosho, off a 39-win season, were left out. And this one's lined, and that's going to roll into the gap. Jefferson tried to dive out for it. Lane cuts it off, and just like that, Bancroft is going to clear the bases, a 3-run double. And this has been and that's going to do it for Jalen Lavers, who so far this year has made it in every conference start from start to finish. Picked up her first loss a week ago, and now here today she just records 2/3 of an inning. Brielle D is going to come in and try to stop the bleeding here. The total is now up to 8 for Neosho. We'll step aside here. Pitching change on Johnson County Sports Live. Mentioned Brielle D. She comes on, and her sole job right now is to stop the bleeding, get this last out. Panthers have plated 8 runs here in this top of the first inning. This is the 12th batter to the plate, and Gaddis, her second time up. Back-to-back balls here from Brielle D.
RBI single her first time up in this inning.
So just 2/3 of an inning today for Jalen Lavers after by far her earliest exit of any game in her entire collegiate career. First time ever not being able to record a full inning. 5 hits, 8 runs.
Bancroft is her responsibility at second as well.
And Lavers did have 1 strikeout, and you beat me to that, Denny, so thank you. 3-0 count here. See if she takes on this next pitch. She will, and it's low and away. It's a 4-pitch walk.
Oh!
What is happening?
Man.
Things are just out of sorts right now here for this Cavalier squad.
No question.
Trying to settle in. As I think Murray maybe was trying to throw to the bag at second, decided not to halfway through, and was trying to throw back to her pitcher. Instead, ended up beaming Brielle D. The infield will converse once again here. Umpire comes in with his little handy notebook, jotting some note down.
Number 42, Camry Knapp.
In for Brielle D. 84 1/3 total innings pitched in conference play. This is her 18th total appearance.
Now, if you're Knapp, you don't want to strike out twice in the same inning.
And she's going to turn around, and she's the starting pitcher as well. So she's got the peace of mind, at least knowing that when she goes into the next half inning.
Got an 8 spot.
She's got an 8 spot. Plenty of cushion to work with. But it's going to make her feel a little bit better if she doesn't carry an 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. D looking to change that here. Rolled foul. And those 84 1/3 total innings for Brielle D. She's that had a 111 hits, 71 runs, 47 of those earned, 55 total strikeouts on the season, a 3.90 ERA, 8 home runs given up. It's only the third time she's been brought on in a relief situation, although this is might as well go down as a start. She comes in with just 2 outs recorded here in the top of the first inning. So Carrillo got the start in game 1. She went the distance in the 7-inning loss. Coming close to 130 total pitches that she was able to throw in. She was already at the 60 mark in game 1 as she started at her top of the third.
Struck out twice.
Did strike out twice. That one swinging. Dropped third, so the throw to first is in time, but the damage already well done here for the Panthers. An 8 spot, big crooked number in the top of the first inning. We'll step aside and be back with more on Johnson County Sports Live. Mentioned Camry Naps is going to get the start here for Neosho County in game 2. Comes in on the season a 2.40 ERA, 1.30 WHIP, and a 12-3 overall record. Her 21st appearance on the year. Second in total starts behind Eleanor Reek. 78 2/3 innings. 27 earned runs given up, 69 strikeouts to 46 walks. And she starts to the leadoff man, Izzy Carter, blowing away from ball 1. Izzy had herself a game 1, just driving in the lone run for Johnson County. Also had a 3-for-4 day with 2 hits and a double, or got 2 singles, 1 double, an RBI, 3-for-4.
Lady Cavs need to start chipping away at this big lead. Can't wait till the later innings. Got to get some every inning.
No such thing as an 8-run swing, but you can definitely do your part by just getting a run or 2 here and there. Eventually that will accumulate, but also on the other side of that coin is the other side for Brielle D, who did her part, at least of coming in, keeping the damage to just 8 runs. Got to continue to minimize the damage as the game goes along on defense. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Carter wanted to swing at it, checked it. Thought it was going to be off the plate, but gets the call instead.
Well, it hasn't been easy for the Cavaliers either, losing one of their top players.
That too.
Player of the year last year to an injury. Doesn't appear to be too serious, we don't think.
I found a way, as Denny is alluding to there. It was Aspen Burgard who, coming into today, everybody thought that we were going to potentially see history as she was tied and had a chance with her next RBI whenever she collects it. And hopefully it's sooner rather than later. She'll become the all-time leader in Cavalier softball history with most RBIs in a career. She was currently tied at 123, a current record that has stood for 23 years here at Johnson County Community College in the softball program. But there was a play at first where she kind of had the base runner colliding in with her left arm, her catching arm. They appeared to injure her arm as this one's rolled over to Bancroft at second, over in time to Hutzel at first base. Initial wording is right now is that it's nothing serious, that she is going to be okay. And again, hopefully sooner rather than later we see Aspen back out there. Regional action going to be happening here in under 2 weeks' time. We're talking about 11 days. We're away from regional softball. First round action happening here at Johnson County Community College, so hope to see her back in time for all that. Jaylee Jefferson now steps in. Her first at bat against Nafton takes a called strike. One thing was very apparent is that when she and Aspen Burgart had to come out of the game with injury, you could tell she was upset. She was getting treated in the dugout. You could tell she wasn't happy and tried her best trying to convince the trainers and the coaches to try to let her back in. And I think they are erring more on the side of caution. Going to let that
cooler heads prevailed.
Yeah, kind of going to let that arm rest. Try to heal up. With the bigger picture in mind, a postseason play going to be coming around the corner. I mean, you're looking at total doubleheaders in the regular season. You got 2 left, including next week. You host Heston on Thursday, May 1st. That's sophomore day. Now, obviously, Aspen being one of the 5 sophomores on this team this year. Jaylee Jefferson also being another one of them. So hope to see her at least back in time for sophomore day. Here's the 1-2 to Jefferson, who puts it out into left. Yeah, it's going back, and it is over the wall and gone for Jaylee Jefferson.
Atta girl.
So Jaylee's going to take a trip around and touch them all. Nicely done, a solo shot there. And again, like we were just talking about to start this inning, all you can really do at this point after seeing an 8 spot put up in the top of the first is just continue to chip away little by little, bit by bit, and Jaylee Jefferson does just that. On one swing, adds 1 run to the scoreboard for Johnson County. That is home run number 7 and RBI number 38 this year for Jaylee. Much needed spot there for Johnson County. Was not her most crushed home run by any means. It just was in the air, kept carrying and going back, and got enough of it to send it over the wall. It could be a wall scraper, and it can clear the entire campus up there on the mound. One way or another, it's a home run. Now 2-0 here to Reagan Neitzel.
See if they can put a little spark of life into this Cavaliers offense.
2-0 at the knees, strike 1. Neitzel went 0 for 3 in the first game. Was able to draw a walk, and that was about it. 2-1, swung on and missed. That one even count at 2 apiece.
Had her fooled there. She was looking for a fastball.
Two on the way from Neff. Left side, Morse in time to Hutzel. 2 gone here.
Catcher number 15, Maddie Murray.
We talked a lot about the big day that Murray had in the 2 doubleheader games at Highland, and Cavaliers won both games. 10-1 and 13-1 were the final scores, but she combined for 10 total RBIs, 3 home runs, and a double. 6 for 7 total performance in that doubleheader with Highland. Now coming into game 1, her numbers 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. So looking to get back to the hot bat that she had against the Scotties here in game 2 against the Panthers. Already 1 added here for Johnson County on the solo home run from Jaylee Jefferson. Naff comes inside off the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. Three 3-0 now. Neff hasn't had a walk or a strikeout yet. A pair of ground outs. In between was that solo home run from Jaylee. 3-0 pitch to Murray. Upstairs, that's ball 4. Inning is not over yet for Johnson County. On to the designated player, Lily Hands, who closed out in her final at-bat in game 1 with a double. Eventually would
take another one of those right here.
Eventually would come in to score on an Izzy Carter double. Neff rifles one down to pipe for strike 1.
Looked like Lily was taken all the way there.
Yep. 467 average for the designated player in conference play on 35 hits, 15 doubles, as are up there in a top 3 on the team in doubles in conference play. 27 total RBIs. Foul back to the net. One ball, 2 strikes. First inning felt like it's been going on for half a game now. Here's the 1-2. Just spoils it off. It goes up the line, and Hands will run it down in case if it was going to stay on the line or inside the line. It would have been a fair ball. But instead, it goes foul. She knows every now and then those little slow rollers that'll kind of tightrope all the way up the line, look like they're going to go foul, and they end up staying in. It'll be every now and then I've seen at the professional level where guys will get down and actually blow it over foul. So I guess, hey, as long as you can do it, might as well.
I don't remember that. It was a Yankee player, I believe, that did that.
I believe it was as well, but Hands got caught going upstairs, swing and miss, strikeout. Solo home run from Jaylee Jefferson. It's a 7-run deficit as we head to the second here for the Cavaliers on Johnson County Sports Live.
Hey, you ready to go to my mom's?
Well, I can't go today. I have to mow. It's probably going to take all day.
Well, that's too bad. Don't work too hard.
Dixie Chopper. Speed when you need it.
See the full lineup at hersinc.net. Call 913-247-3530 or just stop on by.
For more than 20 years, Gherkin Rental has been the place to go to get the job done in eastern Kansas and western Missouri. With a huge selection of quality equipment, from roll-offs to trailers, telehandlers to generators, power washers to popcorn makers. Experienced equipment professionals and clean, well-maintained tools to help you get the job done right the first time. Gherkin Rental. Stop by any of their 13 locations across the KC Metro or call 855-GHERKINS. That's 855-437-5367.
Our whole vision of becoming the 4-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
The first pitch strike from Brielle D. Welcome you in here to the top of the second. Our ongoing coverage of today's doubleheader between Johnson County and Neosho County on Johnson County Sports Live. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drayton. Panthers took the first game 5-1, and it is currently 8-1 as we start the top of the second inning. It was a big top of the first for the Panthers, Denny, as we think we said 12 batters coming to the plate, 12 or 13.
13.
13 total, and 8 of those coming in to score. We're able to knock Jalen Lavers out of the game with just 2/3 total inning recorded. 6 earned runs given up. Out into right, Caleric charges and brings it in. There's out number 1. Leadoff man is retired for Ainsley Morris. She has been the driving force today for the Panthers. She started, all 5 runs were batted in game 1 by Morris, and then she started with had the first RBI in that inning and back in the first, and everyone else behind her followed suit, and she flies out to right, so 1 for 2 day for her right now here in game 2. On to Hutzel, starting over at first base, takes a first pitch ball from Brielle. Panthers well aware of, very familiar with Brielle, her time last year at Highland Community College, now transferring over this year to Johnson County. So roller, Neitzel will take it over to first in time, 2 up, 2 down. Cavaliers so far today have not done themselves any favors as clean defense. 3 total errors, 2 in this game alone. Still early, not even an inning and a half into the book yet. Murray trying to frame that as best she can, but not going to get the call. This is Najjar that's back up, 1 for 1. Was one in the string of 3 hitters that end up collecting an RBI single, and the Panthers had the bases loaded and nobody out. Part of that 8-run top of the first. Chops this one over on the side to Green on first base, but it goes foul first. 1 ball, 1 strike. The rest of the schedule for Johnson County, just 2 regular season doubleheaders left after this one. This Saturday on the road at Allen, and then they'll be back here at home a week from now, Thursday, May 1st. They'll host the Larks of Heston College, as it'll actually be the last time for the foreseeable future that Heston and Johnson County will play each other here, with Heston moving up to the NCAA level. I believe they're going up to Division 3, I believe. Division 3 or Division 2. Went on to a 2-year to a 4-year college. Brings her abbreviated stint through the KJCCC to an end.
I always thought Johnson County at some point would go to 4-year.
Never not too late, as this one's going to drop right in front of Bryant's, and it took a weird hop and a spin right in front of her. It ends up going into the corner. So Najjar,
single on a 1-base error.
Yeah. Finds herself up to second base. Making now 3 errors in this game for Johnson County, and that one, the fielding error on Haley Bryant.
Well, the first 2 have come back to haunt them.
Here's one that was dropping, and Bryant thought she might be able to charge in on it and take it, and even if it hopped, it might be able to ricochet it off her shoulder and keep it in front, but I mean, that thing hit the turf, and it skirted to her right, our left, looking out into left field,
took
and
a hard
all the way
left
to the corner. So not the easiest to try to field by any means, but might have been better off just laying back, let it bounce, and you gotta collect from there.
Yeah, you got to keep it in front of you, keep that runner out of scoring position.
It has been overcast all day today. The stadium lights are starting to come on here, just past the 4 o'clock hour here in Overland Park.
Supposed to have some showers tonight.
Yeah, not until about 7 o'clock or so. So still got a couple more hours of dryness. It's a 4-pitch walk. On to first base will go Costin.
You don't want to walk the 8 and 9 hitters.
That's in Bloodgood. Starting out in right field again now comes up.
She reached on an error her last time up.
Over at short, that was to Carter, who was kind of caught in between.
Well, she was going towards the hole, so that was the correct play, was to go to third, but her third baseman didn't get the memo.
Foul back into the nets. There's a strike there. Jefferson will drift back and brings that one in. Panthers had runners at first and second. No one able to come in to score. It stays 8-1. Johnson County down by 7 runs after an inning and a half. Now the bottom of the second here. Cavaliers just looking to continue to chip away. They came to the plate down 8 runs. It was a solo home run in the second at bat in the first inning for Jaylee Jefferson. Now a 7-run game. Just continuing to try to chip away as much as you can.
That's in the hole.
That's a leadoff single. Bryant having to run it out. The throw from right from Bloodgood was looking to make it close. It got by the glove of Bancroft to saw her make a couple of nice plays. Even turned a diving 4-3 double play in the first game, but that one able to get by. Leaks out its right. Leoff man aboard here for Johnson County.
We need runners. We don't need to be giving away out, so hopefully she's swinging away.
Went over in her first game, 2 strikeouts. Takes a breaking pitch. First pitch she sees from Neff for a called strike. One ball, 1 strike now. Right to her at short, throw her to the bag at first, back in safely. It was soft contact. Lang will now go back to the dugout. 0 for 4 combined. She's going to be due a little bit later on in a big spot. I can just feel it coming. Katie Kalarick will step in now for Johnson County. 1 gone here, bottom of the second. Clark went 1 for 3 with a single in game 1. Called strike there, makes it 1-1.
It was a good pitch to take to the right side. Getting the gap.
And, Gaddis able to get up.
She doesn't make it look easy, but she's effective.
Just a little bit of airtime there at the end was Gaddis, and that was hit on a rope from Kalarick. On an elevated pitch, she pulled on it and was trying to sting it into the gap, and Gaddis just got her glove up and was able to bring it in. Now Jayla Green will step in.
She's due.
Still looking for her first hit here in her collegiate career. freshman out of Olathe North High School in Olathe, Kansas. Just a neighboring town over from us here in Overland Park, Kansas.
She did check her swing there, and I got a little nugget for you, partner.
About Olathe?
No, about check swings.
Okay, let's hear it.
I don't know if you remember the Boston Red Sox player Jim Rice. He had forearms about like Popeye. I'm not kidding you. He had these huge forearms. The only guy that I've ever known of or ever seen or ever heard of broke his bat on a check swing. He started his bat, and he was so strong, he stopped the handle, and the head of the bat actually ended up cracking the bat. Had to go back to the dugout and get a new bat.
So how would that work then? Because if it completely, it takes some force to completely break the bat.
No, it didn't break it all the way. It just cracked his bat.
But hypothetically, if you did that,
yeah,
your bat broke and your barrel then went all the way through.
Yeah, if it went through the zone, yeah. No, he broke it with a.
Well, I know. I'm just saying hypothetically, would that count? And it sounds like it would. That would be some insane.
You know how strong. Well, you know, back then they had those thin handles and the big barrels.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, man, that's some strength.
You got the torpedo bats now. They're the thing that's in style. Payoff pitch at the knees, ball 4. You mark my words on the mention of torpedo bats. There will be at one point, there's going to be some kind of like movie or something made about the invention of the torpedo bat.
Yeah, probably.
Kind of like
money. You know, I don't see anybody using them except for the Yankees.
There's been some in the Royals. There's been some in the Royals dugout. There's more and more teams in the all perfectly legal within the confines of the written rules of MLB.
Well, Major League Baseball is always looking to put more offense into the game.
That too. That's why for people that were more upset by it, it is something more runs, more home runs, more offense. The MLB's going to like it. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Izzy Carter. We go back to the top of the order. 0 for 1 here in game 2. Still think it's going to be quite some time before we see the torpedo bats make their way down to the metallic aluminum bats of high school and college athletics.
Those aluminum bats, they don't need any help.
That's exactly. You think Aspen Burgard, Julie Jefferson, Matty Mert, you think, and many others, you think they have power now. Imagine if they had a aluminum torpedo. Same can be said for Neosho with Ansley Morris and many, many others. Hutzel, the first baseman. Bancroft, Naft.
Stay hot, Miss Carter. Ooh. Well, it had some spin on it.
Ends up going foul. It took a bounce right on the line and kind of stayed put for a split second and then veered again a hard right into foul ground. Still deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Find a hole, Izzy.
Izzy trying to keep the bottom of the second alive. Johnson County would love to plate these 2 batters on the base paths to continue to chip away at this Panther lead. Off the plate, 3 balls, 2 strikes coming up.
Make it work.
45 pitches so far in an inning and 2/3 for Naff.
As he fouled it straight back, she was on that pitch.
See what Camry Naff will want to do with this next pitch. 3-2. That one fouled straight back from Carter, getting her timing on track. Another walk.
Ooh. Bases are juiced.
And now Naff with a slight look over at the home plate umpire asking where exactly was that pitch. Coach Kim Anderson will
try and settle her pitcher down after that because she knows she was upset.
Kim Alexander, the head coach. And, yeah, I think perfect timing with the bases loaded. You notice, I know you and I have noticed any. You see Coach Alexander wearing the teal shirt. We've talked about the teal numbers and the lettering on the Neosho jerseys here today. It is worth a note. Everybody for Neosho today, they do have Alexander on the back of their jerseys, and they do have the teal ribbon, which is a pretty synonymous representation for ovarian cancer awareness. So, pretty awesome nod for Neosho and someone of the Alexander family. Suffering from ovarian cancer. It's a really nice homage to.
Hey, let's go back to back with a grand slam.
One for one with the solo home run.
Actually, we'll just take a knock. Come on.
You never want to be too greedy, but
well, yeah. If you're going to wish big, right?
That's true. Yeah, she does get a hold of one here. I mean, it will definitely change the complexion of this ball game. Their last home run was home run number 7, I believe, this season.
Time for number 8.
Yep, home run number 7. Number 8 could be next. 1 ball, 1 strike. Naff delivers. That one away, ball 2.
Now look for a pitch in a spot.
Two balls, 2 strikes on the foul tip.
Now she's got to protect.
Can a potential big inning be looming here for the Cavs? There's still 2 outs. Could be one of those signature 2-out rallies. Got underneath that breaking pitch. That'll get out of play our way. Dewey quick to throw the mask off, was tracking it all of the way. And I think if you're Naff, you might have gotten away with one there. See what she serves her here. Another 2-2. Upstairs, full count. Nowhere to put her either.
She could pick up another RBI with a walk here. Yeah, got to protect, though.
Reagan Neitzel on deck. Payoff pitch from Naff. Jefferson slaps it into the right field corner, but it goes foul.
Good idea. Took that outside pitch right where she should have.
Able to straighten that one out. She might
have been
empty them all.
Yeah, she'd have been a triple.
And the benefit here, with it being a full count and 2 outs, is everybody's going.
They're going to be on their ponies.
As soon as contact is made, everybody is going. So if something is stung into the gap or down into a corner, it's very likely all 3 come in to score.
Oh.
Upstairs, ball 4. So Jaylee still all 2 RBIs here in game 2 thus far.
Yep.
So now 2 runs scored unanswered by Johnson County after that 8 spot put up in the top of the first for Neosho. Reagan Neitzel will now step in with the bases loaded, and what can she do?
She grounded out to short last time, so hopefully she can find a hole.
Yeah, so hopefully don't do that. That's what we're trying not to do. Another one off the plate, ball 1.
Dewey struggling with the zone here all of a sudden.
Naff now seeing that strike percentage dropping down to 51. Hard time trying to find the zone. 1-0 becomes 2-0. And it could be, looks like we're going to have another time called for her. This was the catcher Dewey that called for it this time. Wanted to try to talk with Naff, trying to get her to settle in here.
If I'm Neitzel, I'm going to make her throw me a strike.
Cue the Jeopardy music from the Johnson County dugout. We talked about it in the first game that this Cavaliers squad under head coach Aubrey Bratton Volkins over the last few years, no strangers to big 2-out rallies.
Nope.
You already have a run walked in. Jaylee Jefferson had a good at-bat.
Got a hitter's count right here for Neitzel.
And it just takes one big hit into the gap, and this game could be flipped on its head. 2-0, now 3-0.
You got to make her throw you a strike.
And for Neff, it's probably thankful that the Cavalier baseball team is not here, as they had the ball 5, ball 6, ball 7, went all the way to ball 13 chant going, playing some mind games.
That was amazing.
Right down the pipe. That's a taken strike. I think the boys were eventually called by Coach Horner and the staff to come over and come practice, but they brought some really good energy with them when they were here.
They sure did.
Helping out the softball team as any way possible. Here's the 3-1. Oh, and Neff lost her footing. Ends up slipping. Wild pitch. It's ball 4. So now Neitzel will pick up the RBI on another walk. Base is still loaded, and it is now a 5-run ball game.
Maddie Murray.
Yeah, they're going out, checking on Neff, make sure everything is all okay with her. She basically kind of face planted. So you're kind of shaking her throwing hand off as just
like
it's an awkward landing all the way around.
It looked like she landed on her throwing arm.
She's going to stay out there. Appears to be okay. Good to see. And to think for Johnson County right now, if Murray's able to get aboard safely, that'll bring the potential tying run to the plate. Just on the inside part of the bat. One pitch fly out to center. Costin was underneath it to bring it in. Cavaliers add 2 more here in the bottom of the second. So your score is Panthers 8, Cavaliers 3. So Johnson County in game 1 was able to keep the damage to a minimum in a bases loaded kind of jam. Neosho only allowing 2 to score that bottom of the second, so it's an 8-3 ball game. Johnson County continues to just chip away, trying to climb back into this ball game. They've responded well because it could have been very easy after those 8 runs coming in the top of the first, 13 batters coming to the dish to anywhere. Johnson County could have very easily just kind of given up and been taken out of this game, but they haven't done that. 1 in the bottom of the first, 2 in the second.
Just got to keep doing that.
And there's still work to be done, don't get me wrong, but you got to feel like things are maybe starting to go the way of the Cavaliers, as Neff we saw starting to struggle, was trying to find the strike zone at bottom of the second, including losing her footing on a pitch and even falling forward a little awkwardly onto her throwing arm. Again, everything appears to be okay. Maddie Murray then stepped in, swung at the first pitch, and a fly to center field, where if she got a chance just to barrel it up a little bit more, could be talking about a whole different ball game right now and a potential grand slam. But it just came on the inside, small part of the bat, and a routine fly out to center to Costin.
West walked her last 2 times up, and guess what? She scored both times. So those base on balls.
you're going to have a shorter, easier time just mentioning who hasn't scored for Neosho here in this game 2 than who has.
That was in the first inning. She scored twice. Walked twice and scored twice in the first inning.
Wow. All 4 just out of the zone.
Number 14, Brinley Bancroft.
Well, needless to say, the Cavs can't afford to give up any more runs.
Yep. And the Bancroft to reached on an error for first time.
And
she
scored.
And scored, and then had a double.
Yeah.
The right fielder for the 3-run double. Get the out at second. Not going to be in time to get her out at first, but Real D instead elects to cut down the runner in scoring position at second, and Emma West.
Number 21,
So aboard on the fielder's choice is Brinley Bancroft. At this point, you do not really care how you take outs or wherever, as long as you can keep putting up goose eggs. Real D's first full inning in the top of the second went scoreless, looking to do it here in the third. No balls, 2 strikes now, and this one, oh, was so close. It got by the glove of Green, and it, I believe it might have even came and ricocheted back off of Bancroft, and
yeah, I think
kept it from going out into right field.
They were fortunate there. He did hit the runner.
If he gets out into right, it gives Bancroft a chance to maybe move up to second base. But she stays at first. 0-2 pitch from D, and just getting a piece is Gaddis.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. Gaddis is playing left field. She's made some decent plays out there.
She
but
has.
I'm telling you what, it seems like an adventure every time she goes after a ball.
She
doesn't make it look easy.
She had a kind of semi-diving / sliding grab down took her down to both her knees in the first game. She had another one that was a line drive right at her from Katie Kolaric that she kind of had to get a little Mario hop in at the end to get a glove up and bring it in. As long as she keeps doing all the right things, getting the outs, and is being successful, I think if you're Coach Alexander, you don't really care how it looks.
You got her.
And again, back-to-back fielders' choices here for Johnson County. Bancroft is cut down. Gaddis will trade places with her over at first base.
After the Cavs, it'd be nice to get a quick inning here. Knapp struck out twice in the first inning.
And when you have Ansley Morris currently on deck as just getting a piece of that breaking pitch, you want to keep Morris to, as best as you can, the rest of the way as just a leadoff hitter to where she can come up and nobody is aboard. So if she does happen to take you a yard, it's just a solo home run. We kind of saw the same strategy against Taverly Tennant, the slugger for the Cowley Tigers. But I think it was really weird. I think every time she came to the plate in that game against Johnson County, I believe it was always with nobody on base.
Exactly.
She had a couple of home runs. They were solo home runs.
Yeah. And no doubters. I mean, those things are way out of here.
That one's going to get up and out of play. Kolaric and Jefferson and Green each will make an effort at it, but it goes into the visiting bullpen. Foul grounds here at Johnson County. Not the deepest by any means, but still some pretty decent wiggle room in there to any fielders want to try to track down a fly ball. I'm not good at calling out distance with my eyes, Denny. You could probably guesstimate how many feet that is between the
I'd say it's probably 20 feet.
Yeah. Not too bad. Back-to-back scoreless frames for Brielle D in her full innings of work. She keeps it. Panthers 8, Cavaliers 3. A little bit of a change here as it is Solano that comes back in to pitch. We saw her get the final 2 outs in game 1. She picked up the save, but she comes in here on relief of Naff, who we talked about the 2 pitches before the bottom of the second came to an end. She lost her footing on the delivery and ended up falling down onto the turf. So looks like Naff's day is done as far as pitching goes. So Solano will handle the duties the rest of the way. She starts with the first pitch ball to Lily Hands, 0 for 1. Leads off for Johnson County. Now it's 2 balls, no strikes. And struck out swinging her last at bat.
It looked like Naff fell on her pitching hand.
Yeah.
And she got up shaking it, and I think that was probably all.
She did fire the last pitch of the inning, the first pitch in the at-bat to Maddie Murray, who had to fly out to center. Which I'm curious to know now is that if that at-bat would have gone on any longer, or if that inning just would have gone on any longer, outside of more runs coming across, or for whatever the case may have been, I feel like maybe Naff was starting to get on a short leash.
Well,
anyways.
And like Coach said over here, she was struggling with the zone. She'd already walked into
exactly
2 batters. Why are you swinging at the first pitch?
Well,
you got to make her throw you a strike.
Sure. After the 8th spot, Cavaliers have scored 3 unanswered runs, and it starts with a leadoff walk to Lily Hands from Solano.
That's what you need to do. Bryant singled and scored her last time up.
A sophomore outfielder starting in left in both games 1 and 2, trying to make up. She allowed a single to turn into a double on a 1-base error out in left field on a ball that did almost a complete 90-degree turn on her, trying to field it off the turf. Unfortunately got tacked with the fielding error when it was all said and done, but trying to make up for it here with a potential big hit to keep the line moving.
She had a solid hit in the hole at second base her last time up.
Janelle Lang on deck for the Cavaliers. 1 ball, 1 strike to Bryant. Out into left. We talked about every fly ball on the left for Gaddis is
an adventure.
In a little bit. She took about a half second to kind of read it and then got over in a hurry. I feel like if you're a coach, you're kind of holding your breath when it's going out there. But I give Gaddis all the credit though. She's been making the plays that she needs to make.
Yeah, she's solid. It just she seems a little unorthodox.
Lotto starting laying out with a called strike.
She lined out to short her last time up.
Trying to come through and break this 0 for 5 skid she's on and so far in a doubleheader. Getting 2 strikeouts in the first game. But you tell me all the time when you're slumping, sometimes you try to lay it down a bunt.
Lay down a bunt.
Put a little, make contact with it. Let the chips fall where they may, but put a bunt down, not the worst idea there, but they're going foul. Now it's 0-2.
Typically, hitting coaches will tell you when you're in a slump, try to hit the ball either up the middle or to the opposite side. He allows the ball to travel a little bit further into the zone.
So another strikeout for Janelle Lang. First of the game on in relief for Solano, coming in for Camry Naff. Now welcomes Katie Kolaric to the dish.
Flied out to left her last time up.
Solano trying to hold the Cavaliers scoreless for the first time here in game 2 after 1 run in the first, 2 in the second.
Need to attack them on every inning here.
Called a strike. Dewey dropped it, but not far enough for Hands to make a move up to second base. Now this one does get far enough away, so Hands will move up to second, made a turn, and just like that, runner in scoring position for Johnson County. Hit from Clary can cut the deficit in half, and she swings at this one. High fly. Gaddis coming in, going to be called off by Morris, a shortstop in shallow left field. And that's going to do it. 3 innings in the books. Neosho holding on to that 5-run lead. So 3 innings in the books and at least 4 more to play out here. Neosho did have, after that 8th spot, for a half inning or so, they did have in their favor the spread rule, but that 1 run for Johnson County answering in the first inning eliminated that, then the 2 more added on. So at least for Johnson County, they're still within the realm of trying to make a comeback. They're held scoreless for the first time in the bottom of the 3rd. Neither team scoring in the 3rd inning. So on to the 4th. 1-0 from D. Swung on and missed there. It's a 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Yeah, it was a home run swing by Morris right there.
And she should know what a home run swing is going to take today. She's put 2 over the wall, both of them in the first game. 6 total RBIs accounted for in this doubleheader.
Swung on a bad pitch right there, helping out Johnson County. I'd give her another one right there and see if she'll swing at it again. She can't hurt you on that pitch.
Coming in right around the shins.
Although I did see Yogi Berra hit a double off of a ball that bounced in the dirt. Right back at us.
Yeah. It would have made its way up here into the press box. One for the safety netting.
Yogi Berra, a notoriously bad ball hitter.
I don't know. Salvi Perez might give him a.
Well, he likes that. He likes to chase that pitch outside.
That low and away.
That low and away outside where he has to stick his booty out to reach it.
The booty knocks.
The booty knock.
I'll give him credit, though. He came through in the 14 wild card against Oakland.
He did.
That was the one where he leaned out.
He got the booty knock.
Tucked it in by Donaldson at 3rd. And, run to Game 7 of the World Series that year later. And then a World Series title a season later. The captain can chase as much as he wants. Nice split from Green, able to
nice stretch by Green there.
Yeah. That was not the hardest hit ground ball. Slow roller by the textbook definition. Still able to record it. And it looks like that softball is going to be ejected out of the game, sent back to the dugout. Some scuff mark or something on it that not getting the approval. One gone here, top of the 4th inning. I'll just continue talking about best hits. You and I, when the Yankees were in town last year for the divisional round, you and I were there, and we saw batting practice where the Yankees were batting. And I remember you and I both, we saw Juan Soto. He hit at the end of batting practice. He hit a ball so far it actually ricocheted off the railing on top of the fountains, and it went into the concourse just below the crown vision.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
That's one of the longest I've ever seen.
Yep.
I did see Reggie Jackson one-hop the scoreboard one time, and I was in attendance.
Yankees wrapped it up batting practice after that, safe to say.
Yeah.
That is one that I will always remember.
Yeah, that's a walk. Just drop your bat and walk away.
1-2, fouling away. Staying alive is Hutzel. We'll say Royals also had a doubleheader today after getting rained out last night. They won the first game 7-4, and they're currently in the first inning of the second game, trying to get in as much as they can before any rainfall will start to come in right around 7:30 or so, and start to cross state line.
Yeah, if the weathermen are right, which sometimes they are and sometimes they aren't. That rain tonight's supposed to be pretty heavy, up to 2 inches, so they better get it in.
Just get it to the 5 innings in the books. That's all you need.
That's all you need.
One thing for certain, wherever they end up, if they ever get a new stadium, put a roof on it.
I agree. I like the idea of a sliding roof, so when the weather's nice, you can, play regular baseball and open like it's supposed to be. But if you got inclement weather, close it up and play ball.
Hutzel working this at bat now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now the one fouled away.
What field is it? It's got that roof like that. Is that Tampa? No.
No, it is Houston, I believe, down in Arlington. The Texas
yeah,
Rangers have
the
one.
Rangers have it, yeah.
The Rogers Center in Toronto, I believe, opens. Houston has a retractable roof.
Yeah. It's kind of the thing now. So if we ever get a downtown ballpark, maybe we'll get a sliding roof.
Right back to D. She'll take her time. 2 gone here in the top of the 4th. Arizona Diamondbacks also have a retractable roof.
Yeah, it's because it's not for rain, it's for heat.
Yeah, for the heat down there, that's for sure.
Yeah, it gets hot in the desert in the summertime.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Beautiful, nice in the wintertime. Not so much.
Yes, it is.
From about June to September, October.
Good place to winter. Not a great place to summer.
The summer. Spring training, always a good time
Oh,
down
yeah,
there.
we
March,
had-
April, still beautiful.
Yeah, we were there in 15. Had a good time.
There's a solid liner.
Yes.
Caleric trying to track it down just
Man, I thought
over her glove.
I thought she was going to get there.
That thing was hit on the screws.
Yes,
and
it was. That was well hit.
Najar will stop again. She is into second. Caleric got on her horse and tried to take the best route possible to make a
She almost got
snag
there.
on the run, and she almost did, but another runner in scoring position for Neosho.
Need to shut them down here if you're the Cavs. Cannot give up any more runs. You want to come back.
Jace Costin steps in 0 for 1. She lined out to the pitcher and had a walk in her last at bat. Here's the 1-0 from D as that gets the outer part of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Neosho all 8 runs coming in the first inning. Been held scoreless in the second and third. Cavaliers an out away from getting out what can be their 3rd straight scoreless under Brielle D. Initially, Jalen Lavers got the start. She just had 2/3 of an inning recorded. Responsible for a handful of those 8 runs. Not all of them were earned. The Cavaliers have committed 3 errors in this ball game today, including 2 in that top of the first. One slapped up the line, but it goes foul. third base side. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. And the pitching change for Neosho coming the way of Naff, who slipped and fell. At the end of an inning, was able to pitch one more pitch to have a fly out to center for the third and final out, but was not put back into the game to pitch. Solano has taken over since. Now we got a payoff pitch looming here to Costin on a 3-2 count.
It's the bottom of the order. You don't want to be walking them.
All 4. Trying to get her at third. Oh, and out of the glove of Neitzel, and she slid off the bag too. So even if Neitzel doesn't get the initial tag on her, sliding off the bag was Najir, and you could easily put the tag on her there, and that's it.
She just about committed a sin there, making the third out at third base.
Yeah, didn't ajar, but she did not.
All right, now you got to bring her down. Get out of this. Got the number 9 hitter up.
To Bloodgood, swing and miss at the first pitch. No 2. Here comes the runner. Solano looking to score, and she will slide in. Costin will move all the way to third on that. And Neosho ends that streak of 3 unanswered runs for Johnson County. Not the sequence you were looking for there if you're Johnson County.
No.
Now 2-2 to count to Bloodgood.
That runner should have been gunned down at third.
Now right back up the middle, and B able to stick her glove out, says, look what I've found. But one more run, I should say, coming in to score for Neosho. The lead is now Panthers 9, Cavaliers 3, 4.5 into the books.
Our whole vision of becoming the 4-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
Hey, you ready to go to my mom's?
Well, I can't go today. I have to mow. It's probably going to take all day.
Well, that's too bad. Don't work too hard.
Dixie Chopper. Speed when you need it.
See the full lineup at hersinc.net. Call 913-247-3530 or just stop on by.
Jayla Green, Izzy Carter, Jaylee Jefferson, 3-2 up here for Johnson County. Neosho able to get 1 run back in the top of the 4th. Their lead is now back to 6 runs. Green taking a first pitch for a ball here. Still Solano in the circle, pitching here for the Panthers, trying to close out. They can take this doubleheader sweep. The Panthers will leave Overland Park today. The drive back down to Chanute with a 2-game lead, sole possession of first place. Meanwhile, for Johnson County, if they are swept, if they can't come back and at least salvage this game 2 and split today with Neosho, they will fall down 2 games out of second place, sitting firmly in third.
Green walked and scored her last time up in the second inning.
Or pitch walk.
Shortstop number 17, Izzy Carter.
9 runs, 7 hits. No errors for Neosho today. 3 runs on 2 hits, at least 3 errors today for Johnson County. Izzy Carter really the most consistent shining spot at the dish so far in this doubleheader. 3 for 4 performance in game 1. She comes into game 2 0 for 1 to ground out in her first at bat. Was able to draw a walk. Her second. 0-1 pitch, lays off of it, low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Stations to station until you get caught up here.
That was called for a ball, and it gets by the catcher Dewey. Taking a slow roll to the backstop. Green will go ahead and move up to second base.
Yep, on a pass ball. That takes the double play out of order, so that's good. Now Izzy just needs to find a hole. See if we can get that run home.
Felt like that ball was loose forever. Slow roll all the way to the back of the backstop. Now 3-1 to count to Carter. Runner in scoring position for the Cavaliers.
Pick out a good one here, Izzy. Don't help her.
Three and 2. Big at bat here, bottom of the 4th. Here's the payoff as Carter will send it into the air, out into center. Costin going back and drops it. So Green will now get on her horse. She's being waved around. Carter pulls in the second, and Green, no throw to the plate, comes in to score. And just like that, Johnson County able to answer the 1 run from Neosho in their half of the 4th inning. It's now 9-4. And that's a costly error out in center by Costin.
Exactly what the Cavaliers need, though. Now they need to capitalize on that.
The error from Costin has cost them a run for the time being.
Jelly got a home run and a walk so far in this game. Stay hot.
Jay Lee has continued to be seeing the ball well all throughout the month of April. Foul ball almost left the concourse and into the parking lot, but just on the top of the netting of the visiting batter's cage. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Waiting for the next pitch from Solano. Here it comes. Right down the pipe for strike 2. Not sure Jaylee was exactly looking for a pitch in that location right there. Might have caught her off guard.
Got to protect now.
Trying to put it in play, keep the line moving. That another run in scoring position, and Carter took a couple of close moves to third, thought about going, but just didn't feel comfortable as that ball did not get too far away from Dewey. Now 2-2. Got under it, out into center. Costin dropped one a few moments ago, but she brings that one in. Learning from the error that she just had. The last at bat with Izzy Carter. It's 0 for 1 to ground out. It's one of the many that reached a walk back in the second inning. First pitch strike taken here. Another one. Easy advance up to third there for Carter. Panthers have definitely been helping Johnson County here in this bottom of the fourth. Pulled sky high, but foul over the net. Usually what has made Johnson County so good, so dangerous over the past few years is their ability to, when teams are making mistakes, is for Johnson County to capitalize on those mistakes, making them hurt. I've seen one run score on the error in the center, and this one just line drive right over to Morris. She snags it from keeping it and going out to the outfield. Carter stays put at third, and now it's going to take a hit to bring her in to score. Now goes to Maddie Murray, her turn in the order. She's the one that had to fly to center field in her last at bat, brought it into that 2-run bottom of the second. Hit here can bring it back to a 4-run ball game. Just missing at the knees, 2 balls, no strikes. Slot of 36 pitches to an inning and 2/3 on in relief for Camry Naff. Three 3-0 now. And walks have continued to be a theme. 6 total between the 2 Johnson County pitchers and 7 for the 2 pitchers of Neosho. Up the middle, Morris is there again. So the Cavaliers will add 1 run. Both teams had a run on, so call it a wash here in the 4th inning. We head to the 5th, 9-4, Panthers with the lead. back to Emma West, leads it off here now in the top of the 5th inning. One pitch, and Jaylee can't take it on the backhand. Traditional routine play you see her make more often than not. I see her tap her chest there saying, my bad. Knowing she's got to make that play. Making now errors number 4
now
today
make up
for Johnson County.
Make up for it with a double play.
Jefferson, it's her 8th air committed on the season. And the vast majority of those were, I want to say 5 of them were within the first 10 games of the year, hence the change of moving her from short to second. Nicely done there for Johnson County. Get the out at first. Bancroft is done, but she does advance West up to second base. Ever since Jaylee has made the transition, swapping positions with Izzy Carter from second to short, she's played pretty clean, and don't see her commit too many of those errors, but she picks one up there. She'll be looking to make up for it a little bit later on, I'm sure.
When you're trying to come back, you can't afford to give away plays and give away outs.
The Cavaliers did a nice job after Neosho added their 9th run back in the top of the 4th, just 1 run alone, and did a good job of answering that in the Cavaliers half of the 4th. Said before we went to the break, you basically just call it a wash. Still a 5-run game. Bunt, barehanded by D, and nobody's over to the bag as I think Green was charging in to maybe scoop up that bunt.
Mental error there.
And again, that's where you're missing the presence of Aspen Burgart. And credit to D with how much kind of funky spins and twists and turns we've seen these softballs make on the turf today. She was able to barehand that. This one's knocked into left field. It's an RBI single. And that was Naff. Was able to come through there. So it's a 10 spot put up in this game for Neosho.
Got to shut it down. That error comes around to score.
Strike to Morris.
No communication whatsoever.
Yeah.
Now runners at the corner. Only 1 out. Need to turn a double play here.
Fouled away. And not the cleanest game by the Cavaliers by any means.
No.
Today. 5 total errors between these doubleheader. And not accounting for, like you kind of mentioned, mental errors too.
Mm-hmm.
1-2, back up the middle. Carter is there, bobbles it. It's Hill to Jefferson, out at second, safe at first. Another run will score. Gaddis coming in. Aft is out at first, and Morris will at least puts it in play to score another run. Now 11-4. Neosho and for Ansley Morris over at first. She represents the run that potentially, if she comes in to score, we will head to the bottom of this 5th inning. If Johnson County would not be able to score, that'd be the end of the game. Panthers would take this game in a spread. Solid out to the left. Looks like Bryant has room in foul ground, and she does, so she brings it in. 2 more runs added here for Neosho. 11-4 is the score after 4.5 innings in the books. Cavaliers, they were able to avoid allowing that 1 extra run to come in to score for Neosho, so it certainly stays at a 7-run lead instead of 8. If that was the case, like I mentioned, could be down to the potential spread rule, but we will play on to the 6th inning no matter what. For Johnson County, hoping heading into the 6th inning, at least cutting a little bit more into this deficit. Gotten it within 5, but haven't been able to get any closer. For all 8 runs, in case you're just not joining us, for Neosho, scored in the top of the 1st inning. 13 batters came to the plate to open up this game in Game 2. Panthers took Game 1, final score of 5-1. Now the Cavaliers did just 4 hits in that opening game. Right now it is 9 hits and 11 runs scored for Neosho, 2 hits, 4 runs scored for Johnson County. In fact, in that bottom of the 4th, the 1 run scored there was scored on no hits. And a 4-pitch walk again. Leadoff man aboard for Johnson County and Lily Hands.
Haley Bryant.
Back to Haley Bryant.
Bryant singled and scored in the 2nd inning. Lined out. Oh, I'm sorry, flied out to left fielder last time.
Gaddis is there. Cavaliers have had their fair share of leadoff walks in this game and in the first game too, but just haven't been able to take full advantage to bring him in. As looks like we got a pinch hitter coming in here. So Janelle Lang is subbed out, and it is Camden Evans, number 9, that'll check in. Not been the best of days for Janelle Lang. Was 0 for 6 and 3 strikeouts. Has found herself in a little bit of a schneid over past 2 or 3 weeks. Has been trying to battle through it and hasn't gotten over that hump. And it looks like now that Coach Aubrey Bratton-Volkin is going to make that change. Pinch hitting for Camden Evans is in and takes a cold strike on the first pitch she sees from Solano. .231 average on the year for Evans. 3 hits, 1 double, has 1 RBI. He's had a walk, no strikeouts, but a solid charge into this one. Out into right, Bloodgood going back. It's over her head and a hop to the wall. And that is what you call a productive pinch hit there.
Boy, howdy.
And there was no doubt about it. That one, it got down, extra bases written all over it. Bloodgood couldn't get to it in time. Didn't have a whole lot of time. So that softball was called more of a line drive than anything. Camden Evans does her part on the pinch hit, hits the double. 2 runners in scoring position for the Cavaliers for Katie Kolaric.
A little bit of sunshine picking through here now, partner.
Yeah, put my sunglasses back on. It's been overcast all day long. As now about 5 o'clock starting to roll around. The clouds starting to roll out. Sunshine coming through. Call it a false hope as be followed up by, like you mentioned, about could be 2 inches of rainfall here tonight.
Yeah. In the twilight of the day. Cavs are getting into the twilight of this game. Need to play some runs.
And game is never over until that third and final out is recorded in the very final inning, wherever that might end up being. Well, one thing is for certain, when you have these opportunities,
got to catch
2 runners aboard, both in scoring position. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. You have to capitalize. It's now to the point where it's really non-negotiable.
Yep. Running out of outs.
Got to help yourself as much as you can. 2-2. Bold but foul. Give her the heater, said somebody. Here's the 2-2 inside. Full count at 3-2. Good callback to the movie Major League. Here's the payoff. Right to Morris there at short, and she will exchange the run for the out at first. Hands comes in to score for Johnson County. Evans will move up to third. 11-5 ball game now.
Green's walked twice and scored twice.
He's been doing it, just getting on board and relying on her teammates to bring her in to score, and they've done it twice, like you mentioned. 2 of now the 5 runs being plated by Green. 0-1, pulled the string there to Solano, breaking pitch. Has her behind 0-2.
She was really fooled on that.
It's a good pitch. Off the plate, ball 1. And taking it in, Bancroft over there at second. Another soft line out for Jayla Green, and we head to the top of the 6th inning. One more run added for Johnson County. It's Panthers 5, Cavaliers 5. Panthers 11, Cavaliers 5. Heading to the top of the 6th. And on to the 6th inning. We've made our way here. Solano hitting here. Still Brielle D out here for Johnson County. Once again, we have seen all 3 pitchers between both doubleheaders to Elsa Carrillo went the distance. 130 pitches almost into the books for her in the game 1 loss. And Jalen Lavers at the start here in game 2 just made it 2/3 of an inning as part of that 8-run top of the 1st inning. Panthers able to knock her out of the game. Brielle D's come on, and since then the full inning since that from the 2nd inning on has allowed 3 runs. Still some errors out there for Johnson County. Actual errors in the scorebook and some mental errors as well that have not been helping themselves by any means. We're still fighting, trying to stay around in this ball game.
Down to their last 6 outs, so
it's better than having no outs to play with at all.
That's absolutely correct.
1-2. Peel asking if she went around, says she did not. That one took a hard bounce, ricocheting off of Murray. I think Neitzel's the one that eventually tracked it down. Got her looking. Backwards K in the book there for Brielle D. Her 2nd strikeout today. Right now between combined with her and Jalen Lavers, 6 walks to 3 strikeouts. No one there. I always love it in the stands sometimes. It's usually the younger kid or somebody. Whenever they see our crowd mic could be poking out of the press box and somebody wants to try to whisper something into it or say hi or something like that. Always funny. 0-2 to count to Costin. She had that costly error on the fly ball from Izzy Carter that ended up seeing a run come in to score for Johnson County. Fouled off. Something that Neosho has been able to do pretty constantly all throughout today is just get their fair share of foul tips in and spoil off good pitches. Keep seeing more and more from these Johnson County hitters, particularly in that first game. Elsa Carrillo, they got her chasing on the ball upstairs, swinging this strikeout. Get back-to-back for Brielle D here in the top of the 6th inning. She'll face off again with Addison Bloodgood. 2 gone. So roller, Neitzel takes, going to be a close play, and she beat it out. Took a extra bounce right before it went into the glove, a subtle bounce, but Neitzel took it on the transfer over to Green, and just in enough time, Bloodgood able to beat it out by about a step or two, or half a step at least. Offering bunt, but pulls back does West. So they're working on now. Is this our 4th time through the order for Neosho today?
5th time.
5th time. And Jefferson playing deep in the hole there at second. Works to her advantage that time as Green gets the foot on the first base bag. Top of the 6th goes scoreless. Still 11-5. Panthers with the lead. Top of the order once again, leading it off here for Johnson County. Carter, Jefferson, Neitzel. Murray in the cleanup spot. Bottom of the 6th inning, down to their last 6 outs in hopes of trying to make a comeback. Maybe this would be the first time this year that the Cavaliers would have a doubleheader at home and they'd be swept in that doubleheader, so trying to avoid that. Tall task in front of them, still down 6 runs. Now an 0-2 count here to Carter. Is really, you take that 8 spot out of the equation. You take the whole first inning out of the equation if you want to. And that 1 run for Johnson County coming in. It's been a pretty good back and forth contest here as the first game was, but
yeah, when you have a team put up an 8 spot, that puts a damper on the whole game.
And all 5 runs for Neosho coming on to 2 home runs, a 2-run and a 3-run home run for 5 total RBIs for Ansley Morris.
That's up the middle.
Into center field for a knock. Morris couldn't get over to it in time. And Izzy Carter just continues to be a hitting machine today.
Yes, she does.
comes Jaylee, takes first pitch ball. Carter over at first on the leadoff single.
Good eye there by Jaylee.
Goes in on 5:30 here in Overland Park, 5:27 to be exact. It's the other thing having an 8 spot in an inning will do. It'll help drag a game out
Yeah,
a little bit.
we'll do that. Yeah, when you have a half of an inning, takes about a half an hour or so. That's
For both games today, initially were supposed to start at 2 and 4 p.m. Jaylee takes the walk there. Like we've talked about many times with that pending rain, that storm system is going to be moving into the metro. Decided to move the start times up an hour, so 1 o'clock is when we got started. Actually, a little before 1 o'clock. It was more like 12:57, 12:56 that we got started. And first game went along about normal, what you would think, but things have definitely slowed down here in game 2. That golden hue from the sun starting to bask over the field here in Overland Park.
nice day to play ball.
So now with the sun starting to peek out, temperature's going to definitely feel a little bit warmer. It's guiding to the air out and left. Gaddis, and on it, brings it in. There's out number 1. Imagine a lot of folks tonight for Kansas City. Maybe not, but going home. Got the NFL draft on tonight. Curious to see who the Chiefs will make with their selection down at 31. You know, the bonus of having a team that's so good, going to all these Super Bowls as well, just that. But the downside is that on draft night, you got to wait so long to see, unless they make a trade up, which depends on which pundit you ask in the mainstream media. And might say the Chiefs might trade up, try to address and get an offensive tackle, maybe an edge rusher, defensive tackle, maybe. But nothing is worse than when you're waiting so long and then a couple picks before they're supposed to pick, and we're talking like the final 5 picks or whatever, and your team trades out of the first round.
Clear out.
That's a little bit of a gut punch. It does happen sometimes. It's all about.
Well, they definitely need a left tackle.
Yep. Usually the saying goes in any kind of draft is the most picks you have, the more lottery tickets you have, the better odds you have of hitting the jackpot. So we'll see what happens. We'll be watching along tonight. Tennessee Titans, first overall pick. Everyone expecting them to take Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami. The first overall pick, as you normally would with the first overall pick. Unless if the Chiefs have it, then it's a bad quarterback draft. We took Eric Fisher. Our cornerstone left tackle piece that, quite frankly, since we moved on for him, haven't found it since, as everyone's going to be safe on this play. Bobbling it was Morris. Again, the funk and the spin on these softballs today have been something, not the easiest to field there. Everybody is safe, bases loaded for Johnson County. Lily Hands coming to the dish with 1 gone.
Yeah, we need a gapper here.
Now make that error hurt.
You bet.
First pitch swinging, and it pops up foul our way. I know one thing. I did it yesterday, and I do it every time before the NFL draft. So I always have to watch Draft Day with
movie?
Kevin Costner.
Yeah, that's a really good movie.
Chadwick Boseman in there, Dennis Leary, Jeffrey Gardner. It's got a great cast. It's a good movie.
It really is.
I do enjoy it. Famously with the Post-it note in Sonny's pocket the entire time. Draft Vontae Mack, no matter what. That's become kind of a calling card for a lot of everybody of who they're wanting to draft or whatever.
Yeah.
Insert name here, no matter what. That's it.
It is kind of like a crapshoot. You don't know what you're going to get for sure. Been a lot of first-round draft picks that have not made it.
That's why it's hard when after the draft is completed and everybody wants to hand out grades on how did your team. And I find it's absolutely ridiculous.
That's ludicrous. You don't know how that draft's going to play out for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, you give draft grades years after that draft is done. This year, you could start handing out a realistic draft grades for the draft of 2 years ago or 3 years ago now, where we brought George Karlaftis, Trent McDuffie, that draft class for the Chiefs, and others, of course, but it's just ridiculous. Here's a 3-1 with the bases loaded. Right down the pipe for strike 2.
Pick out a good one here. Make it hurt.
And one big swing really changes a lot. Hands trying to come through with that big swing if she can. 3-2. Pulled, sky high, going foul.
Had the distance.
Yes, it did. It went over the wall, but just foul. Tried to manifest it as best as we could. Just straighten that out just a little bit. Maybe graze the foul pole next time.
Yeah, I never have understood why they call it a foul pole. That's a fair pole.
Well, maybe they'll name it the fair pole whenever they bring in robot umpires.
Yeah,
in the middle of changing all the other things. Yeah. You are right though. It is more considered the fair pole than it is the foul pole.
Yeah, if it hits the fair pole or the foul pole, it's fair.
Another 3-2. Swing and a miss. That's a big strikeout for Solano.
Big strikeout.
So now the big moment moves to Haley Bryant. Massive strikeout there for Solano. Cavaliers do not want to spoil this bases loaded opportunity. Fly ball in the air, going back, Bloodgood brings it in, calling off Bancroft, the second baseman. Bases left juiced for the Cavaliers. On to the 7th and final inning, 11-5 Panthers ball game. So 11-5. Neosho has themselves in the what Denny would call the catbird seat into the 7th and final inning between these two. Bancroft, Gaddis, and Naff. First three due up here. Dylan Funk alongside Dennis Drain. I hear you say the term all the time, catbird seat. You mentioned it to us last year at the Region 6 tournament, but what exactly is the catbird seat?
Well, it's you know, I had to go Google it for you youngsters that had never heard it before. It's like being in the winning position before it's over.
Oh, right, but I imagine the catbird seat has to be a physical thing of some kind. Is it actually the...
I have to research it.
The saying is, I would usually say, this team is in the driver's seat, all the momentum, all the control on their side, like you would be if you're in the driver's seat of a moving car. You have all the controls and everything right in front of you, but started to work catbird seat into my vocabulary. Swing and miss strikeout there. One gone here, top of the 7th.
Number 21, Ryan Gaddis.
Okay, I have it here for you, partner.
Okay.
The expression in the catbird seat originates from the habit of the gray catbird, a bird known for its cat-like calls, to perch on high branches, seemingly in a position of advantage.
Okay.
That's down.
Out into left, one hop to Bryant, one out single for Gaddis. Again, the left fielder putting it out into left field.
She's had a good game.
She has had a good game. She's had a good doubleheader.
Number 42, Camry Knapp.
Denny, you're running out of chances to see your 4.63 or 6.43 here today.
I know. It'd be a good time for it right here.
Would be. Wrap up a scoreless top of the 7th and then try to get the rally shoes on. As of right now, if it stays this deficit, Cavs will need 6 runs, no less. We'll take more, but no less. 5.
No, that's.
Oh, he did get her at second. He got her at first as well.
5-4-3, baby.
Bang Bang calls at both bags. I thought initially Gaddis would be called safe at second. They called her out, and I thought Knapp would beat it up the line, but that was not the case. Neosho can't believe it. They're signaling for a replay. There is no replay here, but I mean, I don't blame him. Somebody was just ejected.
Really?
Yes. Neosho
well,
fan.
Neosho's coach.
Yeah. No, not the coach. It was a spectator.
Oh, spectator.
It was a spectator. It was just thrown out of the ballpark. And yeah, there he goes. Hootaloo. Huh. Pretty instant reaction from the field umpire. Man, oh man.
You really want to make this hurt come back and walk them off.
That's
That'd be rubbing salt into the wound.
That would definitely be something, as we'll just keep it here in between innings here again for Johnson County. And you see it's just off the screen with the field umpire talking with Coach Kim Alexander as to, again, it was a fan, a spectator that was ejected from the game, which I guess umpires have the they have the right to do that.
Sure they do.
Which we can leave it up to the imagination of the viewers at home as to what was said or what transpired. But
he said the magic word.
He said some magic words. That's definitely, and they were not pleased and thank you. We can tell you that
right.
much.
It was a quick ejection.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you and I up here initially on the call thought that perhaps both runners might have been called safe there. They were close plays by any means, and it's tough when you're asking one umpire to make two calls that close, bang, bang.
And that far away from each base.
Exactly.
I mean, that's tough.
So you gotta do what you gotta do, but
that's why in the bigs they have, especially in the playoffs, where they have 1, 2, 3, 5 umpires.
Yeah, something like that.
They have one for each base, one behind the plate, and one down each line.
Evans, Coleric, Green, 3-2 here for Johnson County. First pitch swinging by Evans, had a double in the pinch hit opportunity in her first at bat. She flies out to center here. One gone, bottom of the 7th. Imagine for Neosho, probably a little bit of extra gumption in them after seeing one of their beloved fans get ejected from the game. Not a whole lot of people can believe it still, but hey, it is what it is. At least the one positive side, not having to pay any admission to get into the games here at the sports complex and Johnson County Community College. So it's not like he paid to watch 7 innings and he only got 6.5 out of it. He's got that going for him. Definitely have seen some strange, quirky things happen today, though. Here's the 1-0 off the plate for ball 2. Three no now to Katie Kalerick.
0 for 3 in this game for Katie. She's due.
I think she's due. That's it. (3-0) from Solano, low and inside. It's a 4-pitch walk. Jayla Green, not the traditional everyday starter for Johnson County this year, but was brought in on in relief for Aspen Burgar, leaving with an injury with her left arm. Initial word on prognosis and everything, saying it's not anything too serious. I think she's going to be okay, but not playing her the vast majority of game 1 and not at all here in game 2. We'll see what her status is for the Saturday doubleheader on the road at Allen County with the matchup with the Red Devils.
She'll be in that old category day to day.
Yeah, that's it. And still, will be on history watch as the next RBI that she collects, hopefully at some point this season, will be the record-breaking RBI to become the all-time leader for most RBIs in a career here in Johnson County. Currently tied at 130.
She'll definitely get that unless something were to happen. She's out for the year.
God forbid.
Yeah. Need her healthy for the playoffs.
So that has brought Green into the fray here today and possibly for the foreseeable future. Still looking for that first collegiate hit.
She has walked twice and scored twice in this game. Popped out to shorter last time. I'm sorry. She popped out to second her last time up.
Whew. 3 balls, 1 strike. Ball 4 again. Back-to-back walks from Solano puts 2 aboard here for the Cavaliers.
Back to the top. Let's see if we can get it done.
Gonna take
have a pinch runner.
Solid run to make it happen. That pinch runner is coming on. 21, I believe, was who that was. I believe Mackenzie Yoder was.
Now for the City Cavaliers, number 21, Mackenzie Yoder.
Yoder on the bag at first. Kalerick off that second base, back to the top of the order, and a pitch that looked like was maybe an inch or 2 off the plate. It calls for strike 1.
Izzy gets that pitch again, she should take it right down the third base line. tried.
Gonna drop down. Gaddis coming in, not gonna get it. Airway had to hold base, and now this one gets away from the second baseman. Everybody's gonna end up being safe.
Yeah, but don't run yourself out of a.
No doubt about it.
The bases are now juiced for Jaylee Jefferson.
And everybody had to wait to make sure that was gonna fall down. Gaddis was charging in. She took it off her stomach and then throwing it into second base where they were trying to get the play on Yoder for the force out, and it got away. Didn't get too far out of the infield, though, so everyone is safe. Bases loaded for Jaylee Jefferson.
Stay hot, Jaylee.
Takes a called strike, 0-1. One for two with that solo home run back in the first inning. She's drawn 2 walks, and another official at bat was a fly out to center. If she were to hit one here, it would be the old grand salami, the grand slam. Then all of a sudden would make it a 2-run ball game. One gone here, bottom of the 7th. Cavaliers are down to their last 2 outs. But a big swing here from Jaylee Jefferson could really boost their odds. Slider, that's going to be extra bases. It is off the wall. And they're going to wave her around. Here she comes, sliding in. Got the foot in there. She is safe.
Yeah, he called her safe. Woo.
So Carter comes from first to home. It was a close play. Definitely got the foot in there, though, in between the legs of the catcher. Coach Alexander is going to come out and talk. That's a bases-clearing 3-run double for Jaylee Jefferson.
That'll help.
And Jaylee Jefferson just continues to have a great month of April.
Big 3-run double by Jaylee Jefferson there. That tightened the old ball game up. Brings the bring up Neitzel.
And that tying run does move into the on-deck circle with Maddie Murray. Neitzel at the dish. Jefferson at second on the 3-run double. Cleared the bases. Solano fires the first pitch, strike in.
Keep the merry-go-round going.
Like we have mentioned many times as broadcast, the game is never over until all 3 outs are recorded. This would be one of the greatest rallies for Johnson County. If they can make it happen. This one lined right back at Solano. Neitzel trying to beat it out, and she does. And now the attention will go to Solano. Jefferson moves to third. It'll be on the corners here for the Cavs. Still 1 out. And that drilled Solano right on her left side. And that could be the final move for Coach Alexander to bring on a new pitcher, as Solano took one right on the side. Hard hit. She appears to be in great spirits, though, so that's good to see. New pitcher will come in here. So I believe, are they just going back to Naff? That's what it looks like to me.
Yep.
So Camry Naff will come back in. Now remember, it's important to mention that when Naff left the game, it was after the end of the second. So she pitched the first and the second inning. Cavaliers played at 3 runs, and in that second inning, she had a hard time finding the zone.
She did. She was struggling in that. Then she stubbed her toe and face planted.
She had 7 walks in 2 innings.
Yeah,
did Naff.
So you got to make her throw you a strike.
11 total walks by the pitching staff today for Neosho here in game 2. 6 for Johnson County. And tying run.
It's been a strange day at the ballpark.
It has been a strange day. We've had hitters interference. We've had fan ejections. I mean, this has just been something. And this would take the cake if the Cavaliers can come back and win this game. After being down 6 runs and being down to their last 2 outs, they started out the inning with a fly out on 1 pitch, and since then have had the bases loaded. Jaylee emptied them all on a 3-run double. And now a line drive from Neitzel. She reaches with an infield single. Solano out of the game. Back in Naff. Runners on the corners. Maddie Murray to the dish. A big swing over the wall will have this place going bananas.
Maddie needs to make her throw her a strike, though. She's been struggling with the zone.
3 home runs in the last doubleheader with Highland. 10 total RBIs.
This would be huge.
If there's anybody else on this team that has been seeing it better than Jaylee Jefferson or Izzy Carter, it's been Maddie Murray. Trying to break this 0-for-3 game 2. 1-1 from Naff. Took a cut at it, just can't connect.
Boy, she had the home run swing there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now you got
behind it.
Now you got to shorten up and find a hole somewhere.
Inside. Hit her. Got her on the wrist. That's going to load the bases up. No.
He's going to ask if it hit her.
Now, we had a situation like this last week.
Yeah, we did.
Where the home plate umpire actually requested for the hitter to take the batting glove off and said, show me the welts. Now, Maddie Murray does not wear batting gloves, so she could easily do it, but she's going to go ahead and be given the pass. Time run is on. Go-ahead run comes to the dish. Denny, strap in.
Here we go.
We could be in for quite a finish. Cavaliers dropped the first game 5-1 in desperate need of a split. They entered the bottom of the 7th, down to their final 2 outs and down 6 runs. And after everything, the go-ahead run is at the plate with Lily Hands, who takes ball 1.
Just go ahead and hit it out, Lily. Walk them off.
3 home runs on the year for Lily. How big would number 4 be here? Alt striking around the knees. Now Bratton Volkins is going to call for some time here. Looks like we might have another pinch runner coming in. And that will be the case. Maddie Murray, who's representing the tying run from first, she will be relief. Pinch runner comes on. Spencer Habig will take over on the first base bag.
A little more speed on the base pass for a gapper.
Right at Morris, the 2nd for 1, on to first, not in time. The throw gets away. Ball is loose. Here comes Neitzel down the line to score, so 2 come in with Jaylee and Reagan. Habig is out at second base, and Hands is up to first. And give credit to Johnson County. They have come back and have made this a 1-run ball game.
Yeah.
On to Haley Bryant. I don't think a lot of people had this on their bingo card when, after that top of the 8th, that 8-run top of the 1st for Neosho. Foul back to the net. It's Bryant and Camden Evans on deck. Gonna take the bottom half of the order to come through here. Oh, 1 from Out
Get down.
into left. Gaddis tracking it down. Dives out for it.
Oh, we called it foul.
Runners are going. He calls it a foul ball. Now, Denny, you tell me.
Yeah.
It went clearly off her glove. Diving out for it.
Well, unless she's in fair territory when she touches it.
She's over the line.
Yeah, if she's over the line, then it's a foul ball.
Ooh.
Boy, she flirted with it right there.
She did. Hands was coming around in to score, too.
Now she's down 0-2. She's got to be smart here.
Gaddis thought it was a fair ball. She was running after it. Now the 0-2 is put out into left. Gaddis again after it, and she brings it in. And Johnson County at one point down by 8 runs. They entered the bottom of the 7th to their final 2 outs, down 6 runs. A miraculous rally to bring them within 1. The tying run at first base. But the Cavaliers are going to come up just a little bit short, and Neosho will come in and sweep the Cavaliers today. Take game 2, 10-11, 11-10 final score, and they took game 1, final score of 5-1. No shortage of drama here in game 2, did it?
Not at all. It was turned out to be a pretty exciting game. You don't expect that when opponent puts up an 8 spot in the top of the first.
Right. That's not nobody, I think, had that on their bingo card by any means. Just unreal stuff that we were able to just witness here. And this is a day, again, did not go to plan of Johnson County. The first time they've been swept here at home in a doubleheader as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I can't remember.
So as long as you and I have been doing this, and we're closing in on 2 full seasons now. Don't remember it ever happening last year. I know it hasn't happened this year. So it's kind
today.
it's kind of into some rarefied space here for the Cavaliers. Final box scores: 11 runs on 11 hits, 2 errors for Neosho, 10 runs on 7 hits, 4 errors for Johnson County. Then again, that top of the first inning, those 8 runs coming across, and two or three at least scoring on errors. Alone, and that's the difference in this ball game. This was a costly game. This is going to be one that is a really good learning game to have right before regionals and postseason play starts to happen again. We're down to the final 2 regular season doubleheaders. I mean, we're this time in 1 week exactly. The regular season will be done, and then it'll move on to regional play that'll start May 6th and roll through May 10th and 11th here at the complex at Overland Park in Johnson County Community College. We'll see what happens from there, but this was a game that many thought it was over, and I give a lot of credit to Johnson County for this aspect alone.
Oh, yeah.
You dropped the first game 5-1, and you come out in the top of the first, you see them put up an 8 spot, 13 batters sent to the plate. It could have been really easy just for them to say, it's just not our day, and they could have gotten blown out in this game, maybe spread in 5 innings, but that wasn't the case with them, and they battled, putting up that 5 spot here in the bottom of the 7th, and they came so close. I'm still that play there in the right on the line in left field.
Oh, it was so close.
Gaddis dove out for it. It went off her glove. They called it foul, and then the next pitch later out in the left center, Gaddis was able to run it down. She was pretty stellar out there all day today was Gaddis in left field, and it's pretty fitting that she makes the final play to stop the Cavalier rally run short. So that's going to do it for us today here on Johnson County Sports Live. Thank you guys for watching along. We had baseball yesterday as well against Coffeyville, so thank you guys for it's been just following along with us here all season long on Johnson County Sports Live and all season long. Fall sports, winter sports, and now spring sports as we're getting ready to come to a close here as we're down to one more regular season broadcast with you and I. We'll be here covering regionals for the KJCCC Sports Network. I think baseball's down to maybe 1 or 2 doubleheaders left here at home. Outside of that, that's going to do it for us here on Johnson County Sports Live for the 2024 and 25 school year. But alongside Dennis Drayton, I'm Dylan Funk. Panthers come in, sweep the Cavaliers. They win game 1 5-1, and they win game 2 11-10. It was an exciting one, and we thank you for watching along with us here on your home of the Cavaliers, Johnson County Sports Live.